Hello, everyone. Pop culture curator here, back on another Saturday evening for another Rumblings from the Lab. It is so good to see you all. I apologize for my voice, but I'm trying to trying to strengthen it, keep clearing out, keep trying to drink plenty of liquids tonight. I wanted to say first of all hello to my fellow friends and good buddies on the panel. Stone Racket, how are you doing?
Oh, just fine on this Saturday evening, Pop. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. As long as I can do a stream, I'm happy. It always
Yeah.
depends on my voice.
Hey, you got any Ricola handy? Ricola
You what?
lozenges? Ricola lozenges or
Ricola.
yeah, or Hall's Mentholyptus? I highly recommend
I, w-
those.
I wish those would solve the issue.
Oh, okay.
I'm drinking liquids. Like right now, I'm drinking. I know it's nothing healthy, but I'm drinking soda. But I wish, believe me, I wish I could take a lozenge or something, and my voice sounds as good as new. That would be wonderful. Stone Racket, how are you doing tonight, sir?
Doing fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, mentally, by the way, I want to apologize ahead of time. Mentally, everybody. Sonic by Sith Dan, how are you doing?
Still alive and kicking and not dead yet.
No, I'm not dead yet. My I got one foot in the grave, but not the second one quite yet. But I'm
Pop,
digging for it.
I was talking to myself. But since now you ask, how you doing so far, Pop?
I'm doing good. I'm hanging in there. Took a little bit of a rest before tonight's stream, which seems to help usually. But yeah, I'm just glad to be here, and I'm good. It's good to see you too, Dan. PvP, how are you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. I've actually got quite a few things done this past month. Got a lot of stuff that I needed to do that was important, finished off. The only thing I messed up
Excellent.
was I applied too late to get help to get my income tax done. So I'm going to be probably doing it, in May or something past the deadline, which is at the end of this month. But the free tax clinics are all filled up, of course, because I applied too late because I just got
Oh,
busy and I forgot. But I don't think it's
oh
going to be
yeah.
that big a deal. I
Uh,
don't think it'll matter.
yeah, PvP, can you get an extension? I think that's what some of us in the States here can do. If we're running behind, we can get kind of an
Uh,
extension
the
to
trouble,
apply a little late. I don't know. Do you guys have that in Canada?
possibly, the trouble is it's such a rigmarole trying to get in touch with Revenue Canada sometimes because you get
Yeah.
on the phone and then you're like sitting on the phone for an hour,
Yeah.
sometimes.
Oh boy.
So, the thing is, too, I actually sent an email in, like the local community resources center has a free income tax clinic every year, and I should have applied, like a month and a half ago, silly me. Uh, but I applied like a week and a half ago, and I got the email yesterday saying, we're not taking any more clients on for the rest of this month due to the backlog. And I was like, oh, great. So I don't know. It's kind of in limbo because I thought they would email me with a time to go in there, but I could do a drop off, I guess. But the thing is, even if I drop it off at the end of this week after my work is done, there's no guarantee they're going to process it anytime soon, right? Because it's all volunteer, people that do
Yeah.
the free tax help, for folks. So
Yeah, I got mine done on the Friday before Easter weekend.
that's good.
And
Yeah.
I was putting it off and putting it off because I'm like, oh boy, I've got not only a W 2 to file uh, for my last few months of work,
Right.
or this 2023 was the last year of work for
Uh-huh.
me. But I also had, since I took a partial lump sum from one of my retirement accounts to pay my all of my debts.
Right.
I also got a 1099-R tax form, so I had to file that. And I was like, well, never done that before, and I'm not sure. I know I took out for the lump sum, which was 75,000.
Ouch.
I took out 75,000 for me, but I told the retirement fund people set aside 30% for taxes, for federal taxes.
Right.
Now, since I'm in Iowa, Iowa does not tax retirement funds. And so it's just
Well,
the
that's good.
feds. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just the feds I have to worry about. So I said, well, take 30% out because I don't want to pay a dime to those bastards in Washington. Sorry, but that's how I feel. But
Well,
anyway,
yeah.
I just went, well, what if this all backfires and I end up having to pay something? And so I kept putting it off, and then I said, well, okay, let's go to H&R Block online and let's start it up. But for extra bit of assurance, I did all the taxes myself, but I selected the option of having a quote tax expert unquote go over my work,
Uh-huh.
and then they approve it and submit it electronically for me. And they get back to me with an email, and then I go back and electronically sign it once they've approved it, and then they go ahead and file it for me. So I had somebody to look it over. And one thing that I noticed last year is that there was a glitch. I would put my federal refund on my Iowa tax form, and the stupid thing deleted it, so that when it was submitted, that portion of the Iowa tax form was blank. And of course, that generates a letter from the Iowa Revenue Service saying, yeah, your refund isn't going to be as much as you thought it was because you forgot to file your federal refund on your form.
What a
And
pain.
I'm like, bull. I filled that sucker out. I put in that amount manually because I had my other last year's tax form. And so I always have that information and I plug it in. And that's why I left TurboTax, because TurboTax was doing the same stupid thing. And so I said, well, I'm going to H&R. Never had a problem until this time. And so when I had the tax expert, there was a little space that you can send them a message. And I said, well, double check this because last year there was a glitch. Make sure that my federal refund is there on my Iowa tax form. And they did. But the thing is, before I submitted it to a tax expert, my Iowa refund was going to be $803. But when the expert said, okay, I've got submitted, my Iowa refund went down to $723. So stupid thing did it again.
Oh.
But the tax expert made sure that everything was, he or she double checked everything and made sure that was there, and they told me so. And so whatever they did corrected it. So I guess I'm going to have to do this every year now, pay an extra $55 for them to review it, which I
What a
think is
rip off.
it's either I pay $55 extra, which made it $95, or I go into H&R Block
Right.
here in town and pay, $400. So
Right. Lose
Yeah.
lose
Yeah.
situation.
so it's like I think I'd rather pay under 100 than, closer to 400 or whatever the heck they charge now. Because
Yeah.
I've heard some people it's up to 400, but and also there's our local offices. There's two of them. Their online reviews are pretty bad, so I'd rather do it myself online. But
That's why I get somebody to do it for me that's, that got knowledge and
yeah,
experience
well,
about doing taxes.
it's
Because I
really
I
yeah,
used
it's
to do
really
it.
easy
I
online.
used I
You
used to
know,
do it. I
uh
used to
huh,
do it by myself. Like they used to mail paper, like a big thick booklet with the paper forms to.
right,
And I used to for a couple years there, like last maybe 2 3 years ago, I spent a couple of years filling it out and just mailing it in, the postal mail, right?
right,
And trouble is, I'm no tax expert, so I would be going over page after page, of line 506, line, 408, or you know how those guides are, right? fill this in, fill that in, and
Yeah, I always
I remember the
went
last.
with the easy form
Well, no, there's no easy form with
in
Canada's
Canada, of
pension.
course. Yeah,
There's
yeah,
like 8 pages or whatever, right? So
yeah.
I'll
It's
never
very
forget.
simplified
This
here in the
this is
States.
why I'll never do that again. Well, they actually stopped the paper forms this year because I never got one in the mail. They used to mail them to us,
Right.
but I remember the last time I did it, which was well, not last year, but the year before, I guess it was. Um, I spent hours on like a Saturday doing it all, and then I looked it over and I realized I'd made a mistake halfway through. So I ended up going back and whiting it all out
Oh no.
and spending like 5 hours on Sunday, redoing the damn thing. And I said to myself after I finished, I'm never doing this again. I'm never doing this again. And it was so much easier when I went in and got someone to do it for me because they just filed it online. And
Yeah.
I was in and out in 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's why,
it's yeah, it's nice from what you told me. This service that you're talking about, uh, everybody here on the panel, the service in Canada that PvP referring to is free, and
yeah,
it's like, hey, I'd wish we had that here in the States.
yeah. My
One
only
thing
problem
with
was,
the paper form, they used to mail it to me,
yeah,
and if you file 1 year, then they would send you the form in plenty of time for the next tax season, and it always included two forms. And my father said, "Okay, do your taxes on this form in pencil." If I had just one form, but I always got two.
mm,
But there was one that basically do a rough draft, so to speak, go through.
Right.
If you make a mistake, you
right,
correct it on that one form, or as my father did, he just would do it in pencil first, and then if there was a mistake, he'd just erase it, and then when he had everything finalized, he just ink it over.
yeah,
But yeah, and then it got to the point where I had to go down to a nearby bank, uh, you know, and then where the hospital I used to work at, their patient library actually had a tax cart, and you could pick up all the forms there. So I started doing it that way. But gosh, I've been doing it online for, oh boy, like 15 years now, at
yeah.
least.
Electronic is really the way to
Yeah,
go. Because actually, I think they've stopped the paper forms this year because
yeah. They
they used to have them at the post office. You could pick up
Right.
a
Post
copy
office,
for
another
free.
place you could get it. Yeah.
But this year, I went to my local post office, over the last few months, and they have a big sign saying, "We have no income tax forms."
Yeah. Go
So
away. Don't
So,
ask
so
us. No.
I don't think the government issued any this year. I think
Interesting.
they're basically forcing people to either go online or
Yeah.
go to like H&R Block and get somebody there to do it for
Right.
them, or to go to the free tax clinic kind of route. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, so old timers like us, we would use the free tax service if I was in Canada. But I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they still have the paper forms for the us old timers here in the States.
oh, that's good. I mean, it's nice to have an option, I guess. But
Yeah.
I just figured that the last time when I did the paper form and spent like eight hours, of torture, and I thought, do I want to ever do this again? And then I went in last year, and the guy was done in 15 minutes, filed it online, and even knew what my rebate was going to be, before
Yep.
I even left. So I'm like, yeah, that's the way to do it, right? The only thing is, I forgot this year because I got super busy on other things, and I just left it too late, right?
It
That was my
happens.
problem.
It
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
happens
too bad.
to us
It's too
all.
bad, PvP. We should have reminded you of several rumblings ago.
yeah. Oh well. Well, the thing was though,
Next time.
I was preoccupied, guys, with getting my pension stuff filed in
Oh, okay.
because
Yeah.
I had filed it back in November finally because I could have filed it like back in June, but of course me, procrastinator, putting it off. And then I finally did, and then I talked to a lady on the phone. She says, "Well, it's a five month backlog." So anyway, I finally got a super nice woman on the phone like 2 months ago, who was the one that got assigned my file, and super nice lady. She even gave me her number. I could call her any weekday to get more information if I need to ask a question about something.
Hey,
And she was
yeah,
super helpful.
yeah.
And
Did she send you a picture? Was she super hot? No.
oh, no, 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 no. But she did give me information about how much I'm going to get.
Uh-huh.
She said it'll either be the end of this month or next month, depending on how the system works. Because sometimes, it takes a while to process. So it could either be, April or May. But I should get quite a large sum into my bank account at the end of either this month or next month. So that's going to be nice. So
Yeah.
I,
Hello,
you know,
LDG. Good to see you there, sir.
hey, LDG.
And LDG
LDG.
is
You guys,
waiting, which
Hello,
reminds me.
LDG.
I need to get to the chat. We're going on 15
Ah,
minutes. More than that, we haven't addressed the chat yet, and I really apologize for that, everybody. And the first one in the chat, speaking thereof, is LDG, waving. And Stone Racket, would you like to read this for me?
Yes, I'm saying good evening to you, Pop.
And I return that by saying hello, hello. And would you like to read this?
And I'm saying hello there to LGG.
And I'm sorry for the delay here, everybody in the chat. I do love you guys, and I do not ignore you. I'm sorry we go off on tangents here sometimes. Suzanne Epstein says, hello, Pop. Hello, Suzanne. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. I saw you post on Gorilla's channel a little earlier that you weren't up to your top self, but I hope things get better. And she also says, hello, Stone Racket. Hello, LDG. And Sci-Fi Sit Down, would you like to read this for me?
Hello there, pop culture curator.
Right back at you. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well. And Sci-Fi Sit Down says, hello, all on the panel. And
Hello.
Stone Racket, would you like to read this for me?
Yeah, I'm saying good evening to Suzanne Eckstein.
Absolutely. And
And
Stone
then,
Racket,
yeah, I'm
go
saying
ahead.
hello to Sci-Fi Sit Down, and I said it is me, and that's supposed to be a stone emoji and a tennis racket emoji, but we can only see the tennis ball in this on screen here.
Thank you. And I'm looking at it through StreamYard, so I can't make out what it is.
Yeah,
So I
it's
appreciate you deciphering it for me.
yeah, it's supposed to be a boulder or a rock, a stone, and then a tennis racket. So for stone racket.
yeah, it's like
Thank
two
you.
little
Cool.
squares. Two little
Yeah,
squares
it's
on
one
here.
one yeah, one square and then of nothing, and then it's a tennis ball. So it's
Oh, I'm
like, well,
seeing
where's the racket?
I'm
It's
seeing
like,
two squares. I'm not even seeing
oh,
the tennis
really?
ball. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I'm using Firefox, and that's what the
Oh, okay.
StreamYard screen is showing. It's just
That
showing a tennis ball.
that explains it then. Different browser.
Yeah.
Cody Guy, hello. Cody Guy saying happy Saturday. Great to see you there, Cody Guy.
Hi, Cody.
And Sci-Fi Sit Down says, hello there, Stone Racket. Stone Racket says, Cody Guy, happy Saturday to you. And Stone Racket
And
says,
then
Sci-Fi Sit
yeah,
Down, are you fully prepared to put up with this old timer tonight? I think most of us are old timers around here, with the exception of just a few. And
yeah.
Sci-Fi Sit Down says, Stone Racket, we'll soon find out.
That young
And there's me with
whippersnapper.
the link. Yep, there's me with the link to the panel. If you're in the chat, you'd like to join us, feel free to click on that link, and you're welcome aboard. And Lemon Pie says, hi, Pop. Hi, fellers and lady in chat. I cannot stick around, unfortunately. Have fun. I'm sorry to hear that, Lemon Pie, but thank you for stopping in. Good to
Yeah.
see you, and I will see you on the next stream.
Hi, Lemon.
Says Lemon Pie says, keep that old timer stone racket in check. He's got some apples to ask you about. Yeah,
I'm right.
Lemon Pie will not give up that time I said, how do you like them apples? He still reminds me of that.
Yeah, it's just like I'm going to be the Lord of Eggnog forever.
Yeah, I'm the Lord of apples, I guess. And Lemon Pie says
That's the way
also
the internet works.
yeah.
Go
Lemon
ahead.
Pie also says also don't let Cody guy hog the conversation. Then rim shot.
Right. Cody
Cody
Guy,
Guy,
man
the
of few
man of
words.
many words. Yeah.
Lemon Pies is lemon out. Gorilla's Random Thoughts, there you are. Hey, buddy. Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, hey there. And PvP says, hi, everyone. Hello, PvP. And Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, don't reckon I couldn't message you on X to send you a link. I don't
Oh,
know
that's
why not.
right.
I sent Gorilla your handle earlier, or whatever it's
That's
called.
that's weird because I forgot all about that. I guess that was the Dr. No review stream. Yeah,
It was.
Gorilla told me he was going to send the link to you, and then you would send it to me, and I completely forgot about it because I didn't get any links tonight.
Well, I'm
'Cause
sorry,
I was
Gorilla.
yeah that's what he told me anyway. So I guess there was a mix up, but
Well,
oh
I'm looking
well.
at it now. I
Yeah,
sent
it's
him at Largo6583. Is that right?
yep, that's my handle on Twitter.
Gorilla, I'm going to
Oh
put
well.
it in the chat. Try to
Yeah,
send him one right now.
that's too bad. Yeah, they were covering Dr. No, and I asked to be on the panel, but I completely forgot. If the link had been sent to me, I guess I would have remembered because I did check Twitter a few times earlier today. So
I just sent it again in the chat. Try again, Gorilla, and see what happens. LDG says, yo, rumblings. And Gorilla says, great, the 3-year-old is showing the potatoes down her shoving. Oh, God. The
uh-oh.
potatoes down her shirt. That's one way to do it, I guess.
At
Yeah,
least he's not trying to build a replica of Devil's Tower with it, right?
poor Gorillas have been having a nightmare with his 3-year-old the last couple of days because on the Waltons yesterday she was torturing him constantly asking for attention, which was pretty funny. And then I actually tuned into the Dr. No stream for a little while today, just had it on in the background listening. And I think Gorilla said something at some point, like, I guess his daughter came up and pinched him, and he said, "Why are you pinching my man boob?" It was pretty good. Poor
Hey,
Gorilla.
LDG, that red light that's behind you, it kind of makes it look like you're near a lava pit of some kind. It's kind of glowing on the floor and stuff, it looks like.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it looks
camera
kind of
angle
like,
doesn't get the other light.
yeah, very
It,
atmospheric.
it kind of looks like LDG is close to the underworld or something there, perhaps. With
Well, I wasn't going to
that
say
red glow,
underworld. I was just going to say, what's the name of that planet in Star Wars
I couldn't
episode 3?
Mustafar.
Mustafar. Yeah, Mustafar.
Well, LDG is trying to set up a underground network, so that kind of matches his theme.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it does match the underground.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Hey, Sci-Fi Sit Dan, I was going to ask you, your avatar, it kind of looks like one of those special collector plates Franklin Mint would put out, or an outfit like that. Is that where that Darth Vader art is from? Is like from one of those collector plates, or
Honestly, I don't know. It's just it's just a photo I found online. I used as a profile.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of these collector plates that you could get of different movies and stuff. This remind me of that. I was just kind of curious.
Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, sorry, go ahead.
Well, the profile is of an alternative Darth Vader if he did not lose his arms and he has Force lightning coming out of his arms like Darth Sidious does.
Yeah.
PvP just used TurboTax, says Gorilla. I think he said he had issues with that.
Well, I'd still have to end up filling it in myself, and I know I'd probably make a mistake at some point. Whereas the experts that do it, here for free, they just whiz through it so quick, like because they've done it, probably thousands of times. So I just trust them
if it's
more.
free, why not? Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, if it's free, yeah.
I'll just wait because
yeah.
I don't think even if I'm a month late or something, I don't think there's going to be a major issue. Like maybe there'll be a tiny penalty fee or something, but I don't think it's going to be that big a deal. So
yeah, how Edge of Time says grumblings from the Edge of Time. So he's not rumbling, he's grumbling for some reason.
Good to see you, Edge of Time. Hope you're doing well.
The mysterious Edge of Time.
Hey, Edge.
And Gorilla says should have used TurboTax.
Yeah, I
Hello,
say
Nemesis. Nemesis says, "Hey, you beautiful beings." Right back at you. Good to see you, buddy.
Hi, Nemesis.
I don't feel so beautiful, but thank you, Nemesis.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have this thing in the bathroom called a mirror, and it reminds me every morning that I'm no longer beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. What a stupid place to put a mirror.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Happy 420 Pops, says Nemesis. Right? Oh, man. I wish I could celebrate it, Nemesis. So, yes, I completely agree. Cody Guy says, Happy 420. Yes. Nemesis of Eden. And by the way, 420 means today is the day to start your planting if you grow. Nemesis of Eden says, Happy 420, Cody Guy. And Nemesis of Eden says, more like Dr. No Show. That's my fault. I don't know what happened, Gorilla. I don't know why that link didn't work. Rose Random Thought says I put the link in the chat tonight. All right, let me take a look at it. There's the link that I put in there. Oh, and it looks like it's also on Twitch. And Gorilla Random Thought says already added him. He needs to add me back because of his settings. Oh, that's what it is. So that means Stone Racket, you need to go and find Gorilla on Twitter and send him a message, and let me get his handle for you.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I've had that happen a few times too when I've added somebody, and then they have to add me back before we can actually chat or anything. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not familiar with Gorilla's review streams. I don't know if they would put up with someone like me that likes to talk about trivia and behind the scenes stuff.
In the good old days.
And no, I'm talking about, and specifically, he was covering Dr. No, and I would have talked about behind the scenes stuff, trivia, and also comparisons to the novel. But I don't know if he would want to put up with that.
Well, actually, he had Mikey on co-hosting with him today. There was the two of them, and Mikey was filling out a lot of that information, actually, Stone. So I
Okay.
think he did a fine job uncovering a lot of, because he seemed to be like a fountain of knowledge,
Are you
So,
talking about
yeah.
Mikey Sue's 4?
That's the guy. Yeah.
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 Yeah. So I guess
he loves that film, right? So he knows a lot about it.
yeah, I probably I would have been a fifth wheel, I guess, or whatever you want to call it.
A
Well,
third wheel.
A fifth wheel.
I think if you just take turns, adding the chat back and forth, I mean, I think it could.
Yeah, it would have been a competition. No, I'm talking about actually being on the panel.
Well, that's what I mean. Mikey was on the panel.
Yeah.
But you guys would have ended up arm wrestling, maybe.
Yeah. It's like, no, it's my trivia. No. It's my
Oh, well, it's all good, I guess.
And
yeah, I don't know. Is he covering the whole series?
I think
That's a good question.
next week, it's Germ's pick next week for the Saturday review, Gorilla said. And then Gorilla said he will definitely do another Bond movie in the near future, probably, though. So
Okay.
stay tuned.
Okay.
I'm still waiting on him to do my cringe stock.
Oh,
And what's that?
What's that?
Death Row Game Show.
If you can find it.
Oh, okay.
I got it on VHS. I'm sure we can find it.
Well, the next
so.
one he's doing is called Jack and Jill, and I hear that's really atrocious from what Gorilla said. So.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, from Adam Sandler. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his
Oh,
his
God.
cringe. That's his cringe stuff. We're talking about his Saturday stuff. No, so Saturdays is dedicated to anything in particular, or just a random movie.
I think it's random.
Yeah,
more or
but
less.
not cringe. Good
No.
stuff, right?
Cringe is Thursday nights.
Yeah,
Thursday
Saturdays
night
is
cringe.
good stuff, right?
Well, I guess it depends on your viewpoint. I mean, not everyone might be a winner, but That's why I tuned in for Doctor No, because I kind of like that film, so I put it on in the background while I was doing other stuff, right? So nice to listen to the commentary,
Yeah, Doctor
of
No. You know, Connery. It's his first performance as Bond, and he's just excellent. He just, and he got a lot of help from the director, of course, because he needed a lot of polishing since he was a working class Scot, and he pulls it off completely. You know, as this suave, sophisticated guy. And
Connery was
what I
always good.
liked about Connery is that he can do the suave, charming thing, but also he's totally believable as a killer.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
know, and
Well,
that's what
that's
I
why.
liked about Connery. He was dangerous.
Well, I think that's why a lot of fans still think he's the best Bond ever, right?
Yeah, he's my
You know,
Bond.
he was
Now,
like the
Timothy Dalton had the kind of a dark edge. I like that, but
mm,
Connery had the suave, charming, and the dangerous both.
yeah.
And Dalton had that pretty well, but the humor he was totally lost with the witticisms. He just
I
couldn't pull that off. I thought that's my
I
opinion,
yeah,
but
I found
Mhm.
Dalton very wooden for me. I
A
just
little
couldn't
bit,
get
yeah.
I couldn't get into those two films he did. I just didn't see much range in him. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe I need to go back and rewatch
I
them. But
liked Living Daylights. That's one of my top 10 favorite
oh,
Bond
okay.
movies. But License to Kill was garbage. I thought.
Hmm.
I thought it was like, no, this is more like a Steven Seagal movie. It's like not a
Uh
Bond
oh.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bond did become more inconsistent as the years went by, right? I mean, there
Oh,
were a lot of ups and
definitely.
downs. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was this rights conflict that delayed, and so Dalton dropped out, and that's then Brosnan got his second chance to because Brosnan, of course, was going to replace Moore.
Right.
You know that story, and then
Well, he was
in
doing Remington Steele, right?
yeah, but it was canceled, and then NBC pulled a whammy because his contract had an expiration date, so to speak,
Ah.
if you want to call it that. But uh, the reruns of Remington Steele were good enough that NBC said, "Hey, we're going to call you back," and Brosnan had already been announced as Bond, and it's like, ah, he should have kept. They should have kept that under wraps. And I think things would have been different because I think NBC pulled a fast one, and just I'm not convinced that show was had ratings that were good enough for it to be renewed again.
It's
I think
it sucks.
NBC took the hey, he's announced as Bond. Maybe we can get some publicity and get him back into
Ratings out of
Remington
it,
Steel.
yeah.
And I just thought, I was against Brosnan being Bond, but when I found out about NBC's double dealings, I kind of said, nah, I hope he gets a second chance. And took a number of years, but yep, he came back, and I liked his turn as Bond in GoldenEye.
Yeah.
Um, the Tomorrow Never Dies doesn't quite work as a film, but his performance is much better as Bond.
I
I
always
thought.
thought he was too feminine.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys,
I didn't really get that. I think it's his voice maybe that you don't like because I know a lot of people have a problem with his
No,
voice, but
no, it's too not masculine enough.
uh-huh. Yeah,
Almost like a metrosexual.
I don't.
I
Nah,
wanted a
I don't.
man's man as James Bond.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, but I can kind
That's
of get
fine.
what you're saying though, because there's a lot of people that really had a problem with his voice, and I liked
Well,
him
and he
okay,
had no
but his
build. He was
movies,
skinny
but
as
his
he had
movies,
no build. He was skinny as a rail.
his movies just kept going downhill, uh, one
Yes.
by one, and it's just too bad that they couldn't write a good Bond for him after Goldeneye. It's like 2/3 of it is really good, but then the last third is just so generic. It's like, well, I've
It's
seen
only
this before, and you only live twice, and I've seen this before, and this, it's like, I just thought it got a little too generic at the last part of it. But
well, even
well,
Connery, like The last
Oh yeah,
Diamond-
Connery has some stink. I mean, Diamonds
Diamonds
Other
Are
than-
Forever
is a
is
total
garbage.
stinker,
I hate that
stinker.
film. Yeah, exactly.
No, the only thing I like about Diamonds is Connery's performance is really solid. It's better than in his performance in You Only Live Twice. But
Uh-huh.
if you're a cat lover, you get a lot of the white cat in Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's even in the credit sequence.
Okay.
The
I just didn't
white
like
cat.
that film. I didn't care
Yeah,
for that film at all.
I saw that when I was in 6th grade,
Uh-huh.
and with my fellow Bond buddy, and we saw it opening night, and the theater was just a block from the school.
That's handy.
So Lewis and I just walked over to the theater, and then had made arrangements for his dad to pick us up after the movie, and it was just me and Lewis and a rather attractive brunette woman, and it was just the three of us. It was like a 4:30 show.
Wow.
We both thought, boy, this is the worst Bond movie so far.
You probably spent more time looking at the good-looking woman, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we were sitting in the middle section of seats, kind of not quite in the middle, but a little bit, a few rows above the middle section of the middle row of seats, and she was on the far right, one row behind us on the far right. So it was a little awkward to try to turn over and look at her. But yeah, we took her in before the lights went down quite a number of times. But yeah, it was funny because she was all by herself, and it's like, hey, come over here and sit with us. We're just a couple of 6th graders.
Yeah, I kind of wish that something like that had happened to me when I was like, in my early 20s or something, but I never
Oh
got
yeah,
that lucky,
yeah, you get hey, I'm in a Bond movie and I feel like Bond. I'm going to be charming and suave and see if I can,
Well, it's like, hey,
get
good
together with this sexy brunette over here.
What are you doing all alone on a
all alone
matinee
at a
show?
Bond
Like,
movie.
are you looking for someone to maybe take home with you, perhaps?
Yeah. But yeah, Diamonds has the worst Blofeld. Charles Gray just doesn't do it at all, and
Yeah.
has one of the worst Bond girls. Although she's really good looking, but Jill St. John is one of the world's worst actresses. She looks good in a bikini, though. I mean,
Yeah.
got to admit that she's looked pretty darn good in that bikini. But
I thought the storyline was just
it's crap. It's
was
one of
just
the
like-
weaker novels too.
Yeah,
it really is.
It just
And
didn't do it. And
yeah,
then some of the what were there's wasn't there two henchmen, two bad guys?
yeah.
And
It's two gay henchmen.
Yeah, and it's
Uh,
like
It was
they
Mr. Went and Mr. Kidd.
and they were hitting us over the head with the gay thing. I thought
Yeah,
when I watched it, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, the Putter Smith who played, I can't remember which one he played. It's Winter Kid, and then Bruce Glover played the other one. Of course, he's the father of Crispin Glover.
Crispin, oh jeez.
Yeah, and the thing is, Bruce Glover, he's one of J.J. Giddey's Private Eyes in Chinatown.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that's rowing the boat when Giddey's is taking pictures of supposedly the mistress of oh gosh, can't think of the name of the guy. Can someone help me?
He was mostly typecast as the bad guy. I don't think I ever saw Bruce Glover play a good guy.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's the guy that played Putter Smith, who's the one he's bald with the long hair and the mustache. He was so embarrassed.
All with the long hair.
Yeah, the one. Yeah, he's the one. He's the non-actor. He was just a musician. He was hired as a favor to somebody because he can't act worth a darn. But he was so embarrassed in the scene after they kill the dentist with the scorpion. When they walk away in the desert and they're holding hands, he just hated that.
Oh.
And it's funny because when they showed it on ABC, they cut that out.
Oh, really?
They cut out the hand holding scene. Yeah, that's hilarious.
I just think it's kind of odd that they were so overtly, having
Well,
such
they really
a
pushed it because it was in the 70s. But the thing is, they are homosexual killers in the novel.
yeah. Okay, well that makes sense then, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's directly
Yeah.
from the novel, but they played it for laughs in the movie.
Well, yeah, it
You
was
know.
pretty much a caricature, I
Oh
believe,
yeah,
if my
yeah.
memory
It was just
serves.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
It was really
yeah,
cringe. When I first saw that, Lewis and I were like, "What the heck is this?"
yeah.
It's
I would
like,
agree.
"Ugh."
Yeah, it was pretty cringy. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole movie was cringe. But Connery was having fun because they were paying him so much.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and how
Well, they
much were
had.
they? How much were they paying him? PvP.
Oh, I don't know.
One
I'm.
point $2 million.
Wow, such a large sum of money in those days.
And where did it all go? It went to the Scottish Education Trust Fund that Connery
Oh,
established with
good,
that movie, his salary.
great.
And
Well, the thing is,
he also to bring him back, uh, he was given that salary plus United Artists. David Picker of United Artists made a deal. He said not only was he going to get that 1.2 million, but he was also going to get 2 films that United Artists would finance, and basically Connery would be the producer. He would act as producer, so he would have approval of script, director, cast, that kind of thing.
huh? Okay, that
And
makes sense.
they only made of the 2 that were promised to him. He only made one movie of his choice, and that was The Offense, where he plays a rather troubled policeman who beats a suspect to death.
Jeez, I don't
Oh,
remember
sounds like
that
he was
movie.
probably trying to break type.
Well, yeah, he did successfully, I thought, in The Hill, which was Sidney Lumet directed film from '65, and that was his first collaboration with Sidney Lumet. And that was. Have you seen that movie, Pop? The Hill.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, Connery's excellent. It's not a fun film. It's a downer. Uh,
Well, I don't
and
care if it's a good movie. I'll
just
like it.
yeah, it's a military. It's a military prison, but that's all I'll say about it. Connery is really good,
All
and
right, I will look for it.
he proved to everyone that he's a darn fine actor with that movie for sure. And
Okay.
so he did that, I think, in between Goldfinger and Thunderball, because I'm pretty sure that The Hill came out in '65, but I think it came out before Thunderball, because Thunderball was released simultaneously in the States and in Great Britain in December of '65.
Cool. I'm going
Yeah.
to get caught up in the
Yeah.
chat here real quick.
Oh yeah.
Suzanne, and by the way, I did put, this is for Stone Racket, I did put Gorilla's handle in the chat. It's in there somewhere. Hopefully, I'll get to it soon. Suzanne says, Nimbus says hello. She also says, PvP, hello, dear. Sorry if I sit down, hello, she says. And Gorilla says, got the sledgehammer out and fixed the office chair. Well, that's good because I know you've been using a recliner lately, Gorilla. And Suzanne says, Cody guy. Lemon pie, hiya, says Suzanne. And the edge of time, hello, she says. That's great, everybody saying hello to each other. PvP, do my taxes, please, says Suzanne.
Oh, hi, Suzanne.
Lemon Sabine says, hello, Suzanne, I hope you're doing well tonight. Edge of time says, it's from the Sit-Dan commemorative plate collection, referring to the Avatar.
Gotcha.
And Suzanne says, today was trim day for my plants. Yes, it is that time of year. Suzanne 16 says, Nemesis thinks, but no, not really. And let's skip over my stuff. Gorilla's span of thought says, we ain't prejudiced. We will take anyone. Thank you for dropping those links there, Suzanne. I appreciate it. Nemesis Beat says, Gorilla even offered me a place on the panel of all people. Mikey did very well with James Bond knowledge. Well, as long as you've got Google or IMDb. Gorilla says, LG, I asked you to find me a link to that movie. because I couldn't find it, referring to Death Row Game Show. And Gorilla, what movie? That's Death Row Game Show. And Dead Man's Games is Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Close, but not quite. And Suzanne says Zorro. And she says, Gorilla, I found one with Johnny Depp. I'm not sure what that refers to. Hello, Taylor Swift. Greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU waving. Great to see you there. I actually saw him on Jill's stream a week or so ago. I was surprised. I'm glad to see you come out and chat with everybody. Gorilla says all I caught was two guys and a girl with the lights off. Hello, Sean. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, buddy. You're looking good. Greetings all from my car. Can't respond. That's okay. Drive safe. Glad you're here, Sean. Suzanne says, I'm off to bed, Pop. Have a great stream. I hope you still hear this, Suzanne, but have a good night.
Night,
That was like,
Suzanne.
yeah, I'm getting a little slow on my responses to the chat. I apologize, everybody. Nemesis says, sweet dreams, Suzanne. And Matt G, a.k.a. Taylor Swift, is waving. And Nemesis says, hello, Sean. Drive safe. Okay. Caught up on the chat, guys.
Hey, Pop, the at Gorillas Random is not working.
Let me check.
Yeah, it's it just gives me a screen. It says something went wrong. It's just
Gorilla, can you take a look at that and see what I did wrong? Because that's what mine shows. It says mine, when I open up Twitter, it says Gorilla's Random Thoughts. And then for the handle, it says at Gorillas Random.
yeah, that's what I have. It
All
says
together.
something went wrong. Yeah, that's what I have. It's like I don't understand this.
Gorilla, if you're listening, can you put your handle in the chat for Stone Racket?
It says no results for at Gorillas Random for me. I don't get this.
Unless it abbreviates, try typing Gorillas Random Thoughts. Try typing the whole thing. Because maybe it cuts off part of the handle where I'm looking at it.
Okay. I'll put.
But as you guys obviously know, I wanted to say, but I didn't want to interrupt earlier. But as you guys know, that obviously that Ian Fleming wrote James Bond with Christopher Lee in mind, right? But he turned down the role.
No, that's not accurate.
It's not?
No, he had David Niven in mind for Bond, and Christopher Lee, who is a cousin of Ian Fleming's. He wanted him to play Dr. No, and Christopher Lee turned him down. And then Ian Fleming wanted Noel Coward to play Dr. No, and Noel Coward sent a telegram saying no, 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 1,000 times no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like Noel Coward. Noel Coward is Dr. No. Or you got to be kidding me. But Christopher Lee would have been awesome. But I thought,
yeah.
I thought that oh, help me, Pop. Who played Dr. No? It's
and Gorilla just watched it just today too.
Oh, I can't, this is bad. I'm blanking on his name.
Same here.
Yeah, I can't remember him either.
It's oh hell.
Nemesis says hello, Sean. Drive safe. My kids are fighting, so you don't want that in the background. Sorry to hear that, Gorilla.
It's Joseph Wiseman.
Yeah, Joseph Wiseman. Joseph Wiseman, I thought was an excellent because basically Julius No is half German and half Chinese, and I thought Joseph Wiseman pulled that off very well.
Well, by the way, guys, I just looked up the budget for Dr. No. Guess how much it was?
It was $1 million or just under
It says 1.1 on here, but
1.1.
it's insane how cheaply they could make a film back in those days, right? And then they pulled in like 59 million at the box office, so that's a
Yeah.
pretty successful movie.
Yes.
On
Yeah,
PvP,
it was interesting. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
I saw adjusting for inflation.
No, but it was interesting. It took until Goldfinger for the Bond phenomena to really start, because things got crazy when they released Goldfinger. And what they did in the aftermath of Goldfinger, they re-released Dr. No and From Russia with Love, and they made more money than they did the first time around. So
Makes sense.
part of that box office is when they re-released them, and the Bond phenomenon was so huge that when Thunderball was released, that still holds the record as the biggest Bond of all.
Really?
To use their own advertising slogan, because there were more paid admissions for Thunderball than any other Bond movie ever.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah. And it was interesting because Thunderball was released in December of 65, and it was the number 2 box office champ for 65. Guess what was the first one? The
65.
Sound of Music. And the thing is,
Uh.
Thunderball was out for just a month, and it was number 2 next to The Sound of Music, which had been out since like April.
As I call it the Sound of Mucus.
The Sound of Music. Don't knock it.
I never liked that film.
It's a family favorite. The
I
whole
think
family.
I
That
think
thing
it's
is 3 hours long, and I saw
I
that
know.
as a child in the theater, and I'm like, yeah, I remember enjoying it and sitting still for all that, and I remember gritting my teeth when I saw the Nazis, you know.
I always thought it was too sugary. It was just
No, actually, they
treacle.
toned down they toned down the sugary stuff from the stage play. Believe it or not.
My cousin loves the movie, but I could never stand it, to be honest. You know.
For me, that was one where I turned around and watched the movie that was on the drive-in screen behind us.
What am I going to do with you guys? It's nice
Same thing as
family,
Lady and the
wholesome
Tramp.
entertainment.
Yeah, Lady and the
Wasn't there a
Tramp was
movie
the
that just
same
came
thing. I
out with
hated
Sound
it.
of Music? Or am I thinking of a different movie?
Sound of Music, yeah.
What was that, LDG?
You were saying you saw the movie when you were a kid, but didn't that movie just come out?
No,
Or
it was released in
movie?
'65. Julie Andrews and Christopher Plummer, 1965.
What movie
Robert
am I
Wise.
thinking
And
about then?
Angela Cartwright. Angela Cartwright.
Yeah, of course, Angela Cartwright.
Nicholas Hammond.
Nicholas Hammond.
Yeah, Angela Cartwright was the one great thing in the film, I must say.
What movie
now you
recently
say
came
it,
out
PV.
that had
Well, I'm
that
an Angela
same
fan forever.
Oh, what was that?
Sound
LDG?
of Color? Or there was a movie that just came out like
Oh, The
a couple
Color of
years,
Water?
a year or two. Like, oh, is that what I'm thinking of? Color of Water. Okay.
Yeah,
I
Sound
think
of
that's
Music
it.
is, yeah.
Sound of Music, Color
That
of
was more
Water.
like yeah, color. Shape of Water. That was Shape of Water.
Jalad. Yeah, I mean, it's all the
And the walls came down.
yeah, Shaka when the walls fell. Okay, got it, got it. Sorry. Shit.
Stone Racket, check this out.
Stone Racket, look at your notifications, and it should say I followed you. Okay, I will turn my phone on now.
Gap After Dark, hello, good to see you. He says, hey, Pops, how are you feeling? Now that we're doing the stream, I'm doing much better, sir. Hope you're doing well as well. Gap After Dark says, hello, all. And Taylor Swift says, hello. And Gap After Dark says, bro, Nemesis, Gorilla. PvP, LDG. And Gorilla says, I think I found it. Hey, Gap, says Gorilla. And I want to do a quick note here. You guys were talking about as we started the stream, and I want to get this quick and then get it over with because we've spoken enough about the IRS and taxes. But when I got out of high school, one of my first jobs was as a high school examiner of the IRS. I tested high when they did like an entrance exam, and I was so happy I didn't have to be a data input, which is what most people got stuck doing. But I was a tax examiner. I did one season, and just to let you know that it was well known around the IRS that the out of all the tax agencies around to get your taxes done, H&R Block had the highest mistake rate. So every time they got an income tax return in that had been processed by H&R Block, they were all automatically flagged to go to audit. And I remember once, so beware. I'm just saying beware because the people they hire are usually seasonal.
Yeah.
And one time I was in a little story that one of you guys was said something that triggered my memory. Is one time we got a letter from a lady, I guess, who had been struggling to pay her taxes over a period of time. Her husband had been dead and he owed the taxes. And she kept trying to tell the IRS that, hey, he's dead. What do you keep coming after me for? But essentially, she sent a naked picture of herself. So they opened it up, and there's a naked picture of this lady. And then the letter started with, now that I have your attention.
That's brilliant.
And it worked. She got their attention and they cleared the taxes.
Power to her. Power to her. That's a great story.
Gorilla says, after the stream, check my community tab for a poll. Yes, he's got a poll out there for what movies you guys want to see next. But I'm sorry, guys. I know this is going to sound like probably like ignorant, but my favorite Bond was Roger Moore because I grew up right at the right time where I grew up with the Saint. I loved it. I was excited when they picked him for James Bond, and I hated, even though I know he was old, I hated when he left, and then they replaced him with Brosnan or whoever.
It was Timothy Dalton first, and then Brosnan.
It's okay as long as your favorite Batman isn't Clooney. You're good.
Oh God,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
I'm
the thing with
it's obviously Adam West is always be my Batman.
yeah, the thing with Moore is he just and the producers went along with him. He was like, "Well, I can't compete with Connery. I'm not gonna try to do Connery," and that was his big mistake. It was like, yeah, you don't have to do Connery, but you know, like what you said, Pop. He was so popular as the Saint. It's like do the suave, cool thing like you did in the Saint, but just be a little more tougher and kind of grimace a little more, act a little more world weary, and he just went for the laughs. And
Exactly,
the
yeah.
producers
You got to
encouraged that.
remember. As I was going to say, you got to remember what he did was what the producers and director wanted.
Well, but also it was Roger Moore and his whole attitude, like he couldn't.
Maybe they thought that fit his character better, or the actor better.
I just didn't know. And The Spy Who Loved Me is where he actually gets it right.
That's a good one.
His Bond is pretty darn good in that movie. I thought his first two outings, he's just a little too wooden. But Spy Who Loved Me is in my top 10 Bond favorites, and so is even above that For Your Eyes Only.
That's a good
movie. Which is basically, except for the stupid pre-credit sequence and the stupid finale with the parrot and Margaret Thatcher and all that, it's basically Roger Moore's On Her Majesty's Secret Service. It's a really cool Bond movie that's so completely opposite of what he had in Moonraker, which I can't stand that movie.
Moonraker was so silly.
It was but no, the villain, the actor that played Hugo Drax, he was rather good. And the pre-credit sequence is pretty darn cool. But other than that, I really didn't like it.
Well, Moonraker, I guess did it come out after Star Wars?
Yep. The thing is, that was my big beef. Big beef, because what did it say at the end of The Spy Who Loved Me? which was released in July of 77. At the end of The Spy Who Loved Me, it said James Bond will return in For Your Eyes Only. And because of the success of Star Wars, they went with Moonraker. And it's like, ugh. So
yeah,
it was,
everybody got on that Star Wars bandwagon.
and Moonraker made so many buku bucks because people were thinking, hey, Star Wars sci-fi, like, all right,
Yeah.
Or James Bond and Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that movie, just the whole thing they did with Jaws and his silly girlfriend, and
I remember that.
just
Yeah.
ridiculous. And
That
I
was
hear
much
that they
better.
are using digital technology to erase her braces.
I thought her
What?
braces were.
Yeah,
I
didn't you
like
hear
her
that?
girl. That's kind of. I thought her braces
No,
were
I've
kind of
not heard
cute.
that. What is the point there? By the way, rest
Because
in peace, Richard
it's
Keel.
it's basically, well, she's like she's a little kid.
Oh,
We
she's
can't
too
have her
young looking.
too
Oh,
too young
jeez.
looking. And it's like
Oh,
Wow.
it's kind of like, no, she's in her 20s. Come
Yeah,
on.
20 somethings can have braces
it
too.
was a
Like,
Yeah.
joke.
jeez.
Well, you
Yeah.
know why they do
Oh
it? You know
man.
why? You know why? Because what that character was modeled after, most people have forgotten, and that is Pippi Longstocking.
Yeah,
Oh,
Pippi, kind of a Pippi
yeah. That makes sense now.
a little bit.
I
Yeah, she's
never
kind of
thought of
a
that.
now the
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
thing
most people don't remember that.
now with I can't remember. I haven't seen Moonraker in so many years, but his girlfriend didn't have unusual strength, did she, or did she?
I don't think so. I
Because
think
I don't
she was.
remember. I
because
don't bet
Well,
Pippi, remember Pippi is, even though she's this scrawny girl with big pigtails, she or excuse me, long pigtails, she
Oh,
has she's very strong.
I think she
yes.
was
and
kind of
and
tiny.
and that's kind of the joke
Wasn't she
with
kind of?
Pippi.
She was kind of petite and tiny though, next to Jaws in the movie,
Well,
wasn't
yeah,
she?
well, Jaws he's
So,
7'2", isn't he?
but I thought it
So,
was like a contrast thing. They made her
yeah,
kind of small and cute and sweet and I don't
I'll
remember
never
being
forget seeing
strong.
that opening night. I was with my older brother and my friend Tom, and Tom kept saying at the screen, he says, "You can't do that. You can't do that." He was just so angry what they're doing, and
What part?
it's
Wait,
like,
what part angered him?
oh, everything with the comedy,
Oh,
especially the stuff with Jaws, and just the goofy stuff in Venice, and just the goofy comedy. He just and then he even started saying that with the credit sequence, because they have one of the silhouetted women flying like Superman, and that's where he goes, "What? You can't do that."
of
They were emulating Superman with
course.
you know, oh, Gap After Dark, them's fighting words. No,
I like Roger Moore and Moonraker said Gap After Dark.
yeah, release the
Edge of Time
rodents of
says,
unusual size.
there you go. And Taylor Swift says, LOL.
He's always laughing. I hope he's laughing with us and not at us.
I think Moonraker was his weakest. So what Octopussy? That was Moore, wasn't it?
Yep.
I
And
thought that
boy,
Yes.
was.
Yeah, that was.
I
it
I liked
it
that one.
I
I
didn't
thought
like that at all. I
I thought
thought
that was
Louis
pretty good.
Jourdan was miscast. But enough about what we don't like. Let's just talk about what we like.
I did like Roger Moore more as the Saint though. I love the Saint TV show.
Oh, he's so cool in The
It's
Saint.
so good. It's so
He's
good.
cool. He's
Yeah.
cool. And I think wasn't the author he was still alive. I think he liked Roger Moore
Oh, what
as
was it?
Simon Templar as
What was it?
well.
Charteris
Ian
or something
Fleming.
was
Yeah,
his.
Leslie Charteris.
Leslie
I think
Charteris, yes.
yeah, I think he actually liked Roger Moore as Simon Templar. So if the
Yep.
creator likes him, that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've watched I think The Saint's still on Tubi, because I watched
Oh, is it? Oh, wow.
yeah, I think so. It's on one of those, because I think I watched like the first 2 seasons. Um and then some select episodes that had a particular actress in it.
Yeah, I love the Saint. I think it's kind of an underrated, forgotten show now, but I think it's a
Well,
fabulous show.
speaking of Roger Moore, did you guys ever watch The Persuaders with
Oh
he
yeah,
co-starred
I
with
Tony
watched a
Tony
little
Curtis.
bit.
Curtis?
Tony Curtis, yeah.
Yeah, and
I
that
saw a
that
few
show,
episodes.
yeah, that show was a huge hit everywhere, but in the States, and that's why it was canceled. It wasn't a hit here in the States.
It was big in
Yep.
Canada because they used to
Yeah,
show it
in
every
Europe.
every
Yeah.
Saturday morning when I was a kid in the 60s. It would be on our TV like a Saturday morning at like 10 a.m. or something. And I'd plunk down in front of the TV every Saturday and totally devour that show because I love those.
Oh,
Oh, it's a great show.
I'm gonna have to call you on that one, PvP.
I like that show. I love the
It was
theme music.
it
The
wasn't it
theme music.
wasn't from the 60s, it was from 1971.
Okay, well, I missed it by a couple years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You got to be
Shame.
exact. You got to be exact.
Ah, no. I'm never exact. That's why I got my taxes late.
And
Stone
speaking
Racket,
of
would you like to read this chat?
yeah, just real quick, speaking of being exact, I'm going to have to call you who's sign.
PvP.
Okay. So you don't want me to talk. Okay.
No, I didn't. That's not what I meant. I was signed
Gap
about
after
my late taxes.
Gap After Dark. Moonraker should have won an Oscar, but he has some laughing emoji. So yeah, it's okay, Gap. If you love Moonraker, and there's plenty of Bond fans who do, that's just fine. I just
Hey, Edge.
I'm pretty opinionated, but you know, Gap, you're cool. You got a cat as emoji. You're cool.
Stone Racket. It's just that PvP does not want you to tax him any more than he is already.
Tax. Hey, PvP. Guess
That
how
was a
much of
tax.
a
That was a tax
PvP?
joke.
Guess how much of a refund I got?
Well, how would I guess? I don't know how much you got. Tell me then.
Well, I had when I got that lump sum
Uh-huh.
from one of my retirement accounts to pay all my debts off. I had them set aside 30%.
You mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, so my refund is over $13,000.
Nice.
Very cool.
Yeah, I never
Yep.
got a refund like that. I'll tell you that much. Right now.
That's the most I've ever gotten, and
Wow.
I use that to pay off my PayPal credit balance and a couple credit cards.
Yeah.
Nice. That's the thing to do.
But yeah, I racked up some more debt after I paid off all my debt, so I'm really bad with money. But at least that put a big dent in what I was owing on credit cards and PayPal credit.
Well, then Stone Racket, then you should not marry a gold digger then, because then she'll make you flat broke real soon.
I will not. Yeah, I've given up on the whole marriage thing. I gave up on women before you were even born, Dan.
Oh, too bad for you. You could have found a good woman.
I doubt it.
Oh, it's
Good woman
easier
is.
said-
It's not. Yeah, it's easier said than done. It's not that easy.
Yeah, my one of my good pals. This is back in 2000. My good pals. He was so sick and tired of the dating scene here in the States that he started communicating on a dating website with a Ukrainian
Philippines
woman.
or
With a
Ukrainian.
Ukrainian woman, and he ended up marrying her, and not only bringing her over here to the States, but bringing her mother.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
And her mother needed, she had some heart problems, and
Uh-oh.
Nathan wanted her to get the best care. So that's one of the big reasons that he brought her over. But Rima is the woman's name. She lived with her mom and her grandparents because her father was a deadbeat dad and just abandoned her and her mother. And so basically she was raised by her mom and her grandparents. And but
very
anyway,
cool.
but she basically she had the equivalent in education, the equivalent of a master's degree in music, and so she got a really good job. She and Nathan are out in Northern California, and she's teaching at a music academy, and Nathan is teaching computer science and math at a prestigious high school. for gifted students. So
Sounds
he,
like
Very
it worked
cool.
out.
yeah, he did very, very well
Wow.
in a short period of time, as far as getting a new job, moving out of state and getting a new job. And then next thing I know, he's telling me about this Ukrainian woman. Of course, first thing I think of is, wait a minute, I think this is all a scam. She's gonna take you for everything you got and
Well, how did
Yeah,
he?
like a mail order
divorce you
bride or
as soon
something.
as she's here in the States after a couple years and she's established. But nope, that didn't happen.
So how did he actually find a good one online? Like,
Well, he went
wow.
to a specific dating service, not one of the popular ones, but one that
Oh,
was specifically for Christians.
oh,
And then he looked at the the little bios or whatever it is that you look at, and she just came across as pretty no nonsense. And he wrote to her via email, and they exchanged letters. Next thing they were calling one another, and they used a translator service out of New York for a while there because she was still learning English, and so sometimes they needed a translator. So that, how would you like to have a three-party call to your prospective bride?
And you're
yeah, that
having an
sounds pretty good.
argument.
And you're yeah. But anyway, he went over there to the Ukraine to meet her in person. Of course, they exchanged pictures, of course, long before this. But he went over there, and Rima's grandfather he's like, he didn't know much English, but he goes, so East meets West. But anyway, yeah, he and the thing is, it was so funny because Nathan was pretty particular with what he liked to eat. And he said that when the mother came to visit, she would always cook exactly what Nathan wanted.
Perfect.
So I guess there was a little bit of a problem with Rima, but yeah, Nathan he really liked when the mother came to visit. Of course, she's in the States now permanently, but this is before she was brought over. But I thought that
So,
was kind of
wow,
interesting.
he lucked out. He got a smart wife and
Yeah,
and a
yeah, she's
mother-in-law that knows how to cook for him. Like, wow.
yeah. It's just Rima liked everything cold. Everything served cold, and,
Oh,
and Nathan's like, no, I want everything warm or
right.
piping hot.
Yeah.
So she would make soup that was cold,
Oh no.
and that.
No, 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 no.
I
No, no,
mean,
no.
I mean, it's stuff that she liked, of course, but Nathan was kind of like,
I've heard of that appetite or that diet. Some people like
yeah,
that stuff.
oh yeah, yeah, but Rima's mom was like, oh, you want this? Okay. So she was old school. It's like, yeah, keep the husband happy, or keep the man happy or whatever.
He lucked out. He really
But
did.
yeah, he's doing really good out there in California. Eh?
Yeah, I guess you should never give up, I suppose. But I know what you mean, Stone. I gave up too
Oh
many
yeah,
years. Well, I had a few bad experiences when I was younger, and
yeah,
I just like, oh man, do I really need this?
yeah.
you know.
Twice bitten, twice as shy, as they say.
Well, I had one
Yeah.
girlfriend run off with another guy behind my back,
Ugh,
so that didn't help my faith in females.
yeah,
Well, it seems like that the only women to go for, like for once you want faithful, let's stick with you, are somewhat religious or very religious women. I mean, that may sound kind
That
of
does
biased,
help.
but if you want a traditional woman has somewhat positive religious views on how to raise the family, how to raise kids, and all that, that they're raised good, raised well, that's a good woman to find.
yep,
The thing is, though, I'm not overly religious. I was never raised that way. So, I mean, not that I have anything against, religious folks. I mean, obviously, Stone Racket's an awesome guy and he's religious, right? But it's just like it's never been my cup of tea, so to speak. So I mean, I wouldn't mind. Look, if a woman was religious, I wouldn't have a problem with that against her at all, right? But it's just like, I don't know if our values, and our outlook on everything would match. And I'm looking
Well,
for someone,
the question is
you know.
how much would she want you to adapt her religion? I guess I have a good friend. and he met this woman. By the way, he was very shy, and he met
Hmm.
this woman when he was 40, and she was also 40, but
Okay.
she was Jewish. She made him convert to Judaism in order to marry her, and he did. So it
Oh no.
depends if you're willing to
Uh,
go that far.
yeah, she'd have to be a
I
rough
haven't
prize
seen.
for me to do that.
I went to his wedding as the best man. That was the last time I saw him. She cut off all.
Okay.
She made him
Oh
cut off
dear.
Oh,
yeah, she made him cut
Yeah.
off all ties
Yeah.
with the past.
sounds
Yeah.
like he's
That's very someone who's
controlling.
very, very controlling. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
bad
Oh,
news.
to say the
Yeah.
least. He was 5'8" and she was like 6'4".
Oh. Oh dear.
Oh, that's wow. That's
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Uh
Uh,
huh.
Yeah.
well, then.
So.
I was the best man at the wedding, and she treated me like shit the whole time. I hated
Oh,
being there. I was there for like 2 or 3
Oh,
days helping them set up. I
jeez.
almost left so many times.
that's a shame. That's like you should have been warning your buddy. Hey, you got to get out of this now while you can. That's
I
like
know. I
Yeah.
know. This
that's
is when
terrible.
this is when the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie was at the theaters, and him and I were Star Trek fans going way back, and we were getting ready. We were getting the wedding set up, and like I said, it was a 2 or 3 day process. And during one of those, he lives in Oregon, I was in California, and I traveled up there to stay a week or whatever to help him. But anyway, some point during we were up there at Star Trek movies at the theaters. Neither of us had seen it, and he goes, "Hey, you want to go see that movie?" And I said, "Are you sure it's gonna be okay with your wife?" Oh yeah, yeah, I'll talk to her. And so him and I approached her, and he asked her. He said, "Hey, honey, is it okay if the two of us go see Star Trek?" And she says, "Well, he can go see it if he wants to, but you're going to stay here with me."
Oh,
Oh dear.
wow.
Oh dear.
I would never hook up with any woman with an
I
attitude like that.
Yeah.
know. Well, like I
That's
said, it was the last time
terrible.
I ever saw him.
Yeah, that's
She
terrible.
cut up. She cut off all ties, Facebook and everything.
Wow.
She in
Oh,
fact,
even
she completely
Facebook? Oh
Really?
she pulled
man.
him off the she pulled him off the internet
Wow.
completely.
Uh
Gosh.
that's oh boy.
It's like a master slave relationship almost.
Almost, yeah.
Wow.
She had him
Yeah.
doing the dishes and the laundry before they even got married.
Oh no. Now see, I have to do the dishes and the laundry, which I did last night, by the way, thankfully. But why would I want to marry somebody that would keep making me want to do like I could go 50-50 and like trade off, from week to week on those chores, right? But oh, that's just wrong. I'm sorry.
You know what? Hey, you know what the bachelor party was consist of?
No
It was
bachelors.
like five of his friends from her church sitting
Oh,
around preaching, talking about the Bible or whatever the Jewish people read, and her girlfriend's out partying, calling him every 5 minutes. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
that sounds almost psychotic or something, Pop. That's
That
crazy.
that sounds electric.
That's nuts, though. That's just I feel so sorry for the.
She
Well, I
even
don't feel
no,
sorry
she even tried
because
treating me like that when I was there. That's why I wanted to leave so many times. I
oh,
only
that
stayed for
sucks.
him.
Gosh, that's a sad state of affairs for the guy. I gotta say, Pop.
Yeah,
Wow.
I miss him. I met him in the Air Force. We were buddies for many years. We used to go traveling and camping and hiking and spelunking and fishing. And no, she was very jealous of that. She cut off all ties with anything. She made him get rid of any pictures, anything that he had
Really?
remembrances of his past. Yes,
That's
he brought
horrible.
me. He had a shoebox of pictures from when we were in the Air Force, and he goes, "Hey, you want these?" I said, "Why would you give those away?" Well, Joy. Her name was Joy.
Wow.
Ironic.
Ironic, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Joy wants
That,
me.
oh,
Said maybe I shouldn't keep these around.
oh,
Boy,
Never,
that's
that's weird.
yeah,
that's
I
terrible.
I've only met two women in my life named Joy, and they were both like that. So beware the name Joy. It's the opposite, I guarantee you.
Should have named her
Nemesis,
Killjoy.
I know it, right? Nemesis Bean says, "Hey, old Gaff, at your time, I hope you are well." And Gaff says, Nemesis, "Hey." Jim, hello, Jim. Hope you're doing well. Jim says hello. And Nemesis says, "Rodent of unusual size. They're just a myth." Hi, Eden, says Jim. No, but I like horror movies with giant rodents. Nemesis Eden says, "Hey, Jim." And hi, Gap. Hi, Taylor, says Jim. And hi, Gorilla, says Jim. Hi, Suzanne, says Jim, if she's still awake. Nemesis Eden says, "PvP needs to find a nice religious lady like that woman from the mist."
Oh my
Okay,
god.
Nemesis.
Oh, God.
Nemesis. That's going way too far, Nemesis, and you know it, buddy. But that was
Maybe
funny,
if
though.
she's like, maybe if she's 100 years old and very rich. Gap Dr. Dog
No,
says, "Hey,
no.
Jim." Jim says, "Hi, PvP, Stone Racket," and so forth. People saying hello. And Gap says, "Sorry, I can't read all the names. My voice won't hold up
Yeah,
that
Gap
much
After
longer."
Dark says women who do not like movies or science fiction or toys are to be avoided. I totally agree, Gap.
Yeah, here.
Yeah,
And
when
TV
they
shows,
tell,
yeah.
right,
Gap
when they
says and
don't,
TV shows, yeah.
yeah, when they don't want you to have anything that you enjoy, it doesn't matter what it is. I don't care if it's
Yeah, it's
hunting, fishing, sci-fi. When they take
right.
something away from you that you love just out of vindictiveness, no,
Yeah,
no,
that's
get far,
evil.
far away.
Yeah. Number
But
one
yet they always have
requirement,
what they want.
yeah, number one requirement for me in a woman is Christian. That's number one. Number two, she likes Star Trek. Number three, she likes cats.
Stone Rocket, and I would say don't be a overly preachy religious nut job woman.
Well,
And
I have a hard time when people say religious and Stone Racket, you're religious. No, I'm Christian. Religion is a man-centered faith that has nothing to do with it's Christianity is a relationship with the Almighty through His Son, and religious people are ones that are making up rules that it's like, well, I know the Bible says this or whatever book says this, but we need to do extra. We have to add to it, and it's just a man-made system of rules and doctrines that you know that's religion. It's just a
Or sometimes, Stone
you
Racket,
know.
they pick and choose parts of the Bible that suits their worldview, right? And they
Well,
want to
it's yeah,
make people conform to that.
some denominations ignore a lot and elevate other passages.
Uh-huh.
I
Uh,
agree.
and then there's some churches that completely ignore the Old Testament and
Right.
only do the New Testament. And it's like, no, it's a integrated message from the Almighty, both Old and New Testament. And it's funny. There's one Dr. Chuck Misler, who's passed on now, but he would like to shock his audiences by he says, "Okay, tonight we're going to tear a page out of the Bible, and it's the page that separates the Old Testament and the New Testament."
Convenient.
He was
And it's like what? You're going to do what? It's like, no, it's an integrated system.
so he's making a point. It
He's
seems.
making a point because
Yeah.
the New Testament is in the Old Testament concealed, and the Old Testament is in the New Testament revealed, as they say. That goes back to, I think, Thomas Aquinas, but it's true. But anyway, enough of that. The sermon thus ends the sermon. No,
Jim's Landscape says, "Stone Racket, do you check your Twitter much?"
not that much. No, once in a while. Now tonight I have because of Gorilla, and I did get the notification and followed him back, so that's good. But
Well,
yeah,
hopefully now you guys can message each other.
yeah, I did get something from Jim, but it was a link to some kind of audio only studio with StreamYard, and and a whole bunch of stuff popped up in my browser, and I didn't know what to do with that, so it was confusing. It wasn't like the StreamYard links that I'm used to, like this one, where it's all easy peasy and no pop-ups and no alarms with the browser.
Yeah,
So,
if I saw pop-ups, I'd close the browser immediately, personally.
well,
Uh,
it was basically giving me alerts to stuff. It wasn't advertising or anything, but
Oh,
I didn't it was strange. It was like an it's hard to describe, but it was StreamYard, but not the StreamYard I was familiar with. It was just like an
No, it's a
audio.
different program. It's a different
Yeah,
program, and what it might have been doing was alerting you, saying, this program needs access to your microphone. This program needs access to your camera, that kind of stuff.
well, it was audio only, but it was telling me crap about my, not having a camera. And it's like, well, yeah, if it's audio, who cares about the camera?
Um,
But it was just weird. It was just a weird. It's like an alternate universe StreamYard.
oh, that wasn't that rapid one or whatever that
I don't know what it was, but
Mikey was using one for a
yeah,
while, and I went on a couple of his live chats, like I don't know, 3 or 4 months back now, and it said the same thing: camera stuff, right? Activate your camera. Well, I don't have a camera, so
yeah,
I could go on there and chat, but my avatar would never show up. It would just be like a black, rectangle, right? So
yeah.
it,
I'm,
yeah, it
uh-huh,
was. I think it was. I can't remember. Mikey would know this. It was
yeah.
like rapid something. It was like a alternative program to StreamYard, but it didn't. I could never get it to work properly.
Yeah, I've never had I've never had trouble with all these StreamYard links, joining panels or member streams on different channels.
Yeah,
Uh, like
StreamYard is
like
seamless for me.
like Midnight's Edge, it
Yeah,
was all easy peasy,
always.
user friendly for me. I've never had a problem. In fact, the first time I used it, everything clicked, and I
well,
I did.
I'm looking it up now, and it looks like the link was set with Streamlabs.
Oh,
So it's different than
Streamlabs.
StreamYards.
Oh,
Streamlabs.
Streamlabs. Oh,
Never heard of
okay.
that one. Wow.
Yeah, that must have been what it was. I'm sorry, it wasn't anything StreamYard. It was Streamlab. Okay. Yeah, Streamlab Live. Yeah, yeah,
um,
uh,
uh,
yeah.
yeah, and
My Mac and my browser didn't like it. So,
yeah, and I was on Jim's landscape channel before I came on this live chat,
uh-huh.
and
Okay.
I used that link. It took me a
Okay.
while to figure it out, but I was able to put my avatar back onto it. I had to go to the settings on my end and upload a image from my computer.
Yeah, it takes a
And
little bit of tweaking.
Yeah,
yeah,
Streamlab is. That's not the one that Mikey was using though. It's the third one that Mikey
Oh.
used.
the restream one or something.
There's actually,
Restream.
yeah,
That's it. Restream.
there's
Yeah.
actually, there's actually a few of them out there but the problem is, the thing is most people use StreamYards, which is what we're all used to. But they have other ones out there that every now and then people will use that aren't quite the same, so they're a little bit different. There's a learning curve.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gorilla.
yeah, I was
Go
gonna
ahead, Dan.
finish the chats because I wanted to talk to Stone Racket when you're done with the chats.
Gorilla says, "Hail, heal with my ex. Hell with my ex. I told her flat out when we first got together that if she made me pick between her or my best friend Shauna, I would pick Shauna." And Gorilla
Oh.
says, "Hey Jim."
And Stone
There you
Racket,
go.
back to the religious topic. I know you tried to avoid it, but I just want to clarify something. I don't mind religious people. I just don't like religious zealots, because to me, when they're overly zealous in their religion or all that, I find them to be hypocrites, and I don't like hypocrites in religion. So when they're overly zealous or overly extreme to shove their religious views down your throat, I know that they're hiding something or they're being a hypocrite with stuff, and that's why I hate zealots, especially religious ones.
Yeah. Well, I can quote scripture and all that, but it's basically your response to the cross and Jesus' sacrifice on that cross and his death and resurrection. That's what you need to respond to. And you know, the problem, a lot of the the world, they'll judge Christianity on humans and what they do, and you're going to get nothing but hypocrites and a lot of frauds and a lot of even worse than that throughout history. Of course, we're all familiar with the sad and terrible history of the medieval church and whatnot. But you can't lay any of that at the feet of Christ and his teachings.
You're talking the Inquisition, Stone Rocket?
You can fill that gap that with whatever you want, Inquisition or anything, all the atrocities and whatnot. You can't lay any of that at the feet of Christ because he does not preach anything like that. So it's unfortunately, people do judge Christianity with through people, and unfortunately, there's a lot of bad stewards out there in the world.
Well,
And a lot
Stone
of false prophets.
Oh, yeah, false prophets, definitely,
Oh, yeah.
and false doctrine.
I remember
Um,
this. The Sunday morning TV preachers come to mind when they'd be constantly asking you for money.
Oh yeah,
I remember those
yep,
guys. Like, oh boy,
yep,
charlatans. Yeah.
yeah.
Asking you to, they're asking old people to send basically their
yeah,
life insurance policy to them.
yeah. It's like Christ said, wolves in sheep's clothing. Uh, and yeah, those TV evangelists, they're it's just money, money. It's basically it's a money machine for them. It's just
Yes.
they're just grifters, with this big, this false smile,
Yep.
So it's just
Exactly.
yeah, I yeah, I I haven't run into any of the TV evangelists that weren't slimy.
Well, I remember that was with the Bakers. There was Tammy Baker and her husband. I can't remember
Yeah,
his name.
Jim
yeah.
That
Baker.
was
Tammy Faye
yeah.
Baker and is it Jim Baker? That
Yeah,
kind
Yeah, I
of
Jim
thing.
think
Oh,
so.
Baker.
Yeah.
yeah. It's just
They creep
weird.
me out. They creep me out so much, and I never forget Tammy's eye makeup. She looked like she should be in the circus or something with her makeup. It's like
Yeah,
seriously.
it was
Yeah,
like war makeup. Like
Oh,
she
it
was
was
on a
horrible.
warpath.
Yeah, it was weird. It was totally weird. Yeah.
Well, Stone Racket, look, the sad part is that we humans, true, we may look for a spiritual link to God, but we need a physical link on the physical plane to try to find connection with Him. So, love it or hate it, we do need a physical connection, whether that be through humans called organized religion to try to help us find that connection to the spiritual realm, or we need to find it ourselves.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, God still uses us humans. He uses us as his instruments.
Exactly.
But the thing is, there's. I remember working in a temporary job, and this one woman was like, "Well, I just don't understand God, and I want to reach him. I want to, And I said, "Well, he sent his son Jesus. That's why. That's one of the reasons he sent his son. And that's the connection. And that's it. It's just like Christ said in John 14:6, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one shall come to the Father but by me. And that's the most direct, thing he said. That's why I like to quote that, John 14:6. It's not a way or one way, it's the way. And it was interesting. Oral Roberts was on, no, not Oral Roberts. It was Jerry Falwell was on the
Oh
O'Reilly
God.
Factor back in the day, and O'Reilly was like Well, if you're basically a good person, and you follow the golden rule, and Falwell just said no, and he quoted John 14:6, and he just with a smile he goes, "No, Bill, you're wrong." It's like that was the most direct. I like that. I mean, Falwell's kind of, you know, he's he's a little nutty, but I like when he said that to Bill O'Reilly.
Well, I
Cody
kind of
guy
think
says Peter Popoff, and Cap After Dark says, "Hey Cody." And LDG says, "Hey Cody and Gap."
Hey, Pop. Hey, guys. Appreciate the stream tonight. I'm gonna retreat to the chat and lay down. Got a big day tomorrow. Gotta
Okay.
get started early. Always a blast. Appreciate it,
Thank
Pop.
you for
Thanks
stopping
doing
by,
Rumbling this
LDG.
week. Absolutely.
My pleasure.
Hey,
Thank you for
real quick, how
stopping by.
many
You
more?
take care.
Yeah,
I will. How many
LDG.
more? How many more? Sorry. What? What's up, son?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, thanks for stopping by, and also being on camera,
Oh.
showing us your cool studio. Always very impressed with. Yeah, this is awesome.
Always
He's always got a
appreciate it. Hey,
lot
Pop.
going
How many
on.
more? How many more Gilligan's Island do we have? I know we're winding down.
We're about halfway. I'm guessing around 15, maybe.
Oh, good. Oh,
13
thank
to
God.
15.
Okay, so a good number. Okay, 15. Good.
Yeah,
Good,
we're
good. So
about
that's about 7
halfway
more,
through the third season.
8 more,
Yeah, you are
8 more
halfway
episodes.
through because you're ready for, I think, episodes.
13, 14, I think, something like that.
I think it's 15, 16, isn't it?
Could be. And then, of
'Cause
course, we're going to do the
yeah.
reunion movies after that, and then I'll do interviews,
Oh, nice.
clips from them in different shows and different interviews and things like that.
Yeah,
I
I
don't think
watched.
I've watched the reunion movie.
Yeah,
What's that?
I didn't even know there was a reunion movie. How long
Three
ago was
of
that?
them.
Yeah.
Maybe three of them. In fact, I just watched the first one again the other day to prepare. It came out in
78.
78.
1978 was the first one.
15
Okay.
years. I know it was 15 years after the premiere of Gilligan's Island. But yeah, there's reunion movies before Jim Backus passed away, and that's pretty much which ended the legacy.
Wow. Cool. Can't wait.
But
Alrighty.
thank you for being
Appreciate
here,
it, guys.
LDG.
Later, guys. Later.
Yeah. Good
Yeah,
night.
good night.
Good night. By the way, I
Yeah.
just wanted to mention that brings to mind we're halfway through season 2 of Lost in Space now, I believe, too, Pop, aren't we?
Yeah,
About
we
halfway.
are. Yeah, I did my homework, Pop. I watched the two episodes that you're covering next on Gilligan's Island, and of course, I picked two of the darkest ones because I was going to join in on the chat, but I'm like, wait a minute, these two are pretty dark because one's, it's called Court Martial, and that gets kind of dark, and then the Hunter is the next one, and
Yes.
that's based on The Most Dangerous Game.
Most dangerous game, yes.
And it's like, wait a minute, this is getting pretty dark here,
You kidding?
Yes.
Gilligan and The Most Dangerous Game? Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's called
Believe it
The
or not,
Hunter. Yeah,
yeah,
Roy,
believe it or not, Gilligan. Go ahead.
yeah, it's called The Hunter, I believe, and Roy Calhoun plays the big game hunter, and his assistant, his compadre, is played by Harold Sakata, Mr. Oddjob himself from Goldfinger.
Yep. Yeah, because when you're a kid, you don't realize it, but there's actually episodes that are very dark.
Yeah.
It's just you don't realize as you get older that it's like the Gilligan's Island actually has more layers than you imagine.
Yeah,
that's one of the reasons why I like that show.
Yeah, I do remember the Hunter episode, but the court martial one, I had forgotten a lot of that, but that gets dark too. I won't say anything more than that. It's like,
Some
what
of
was
them
that?
do. Some of them do. They deal with
Yeah,
cannibalism. They deal
but
with starvation.
but the thing I liked about uh, court martial is only one. It's basically the skipper wants to, go off and isolate himself. That's all I'll say. But when it gets to the point where it's Gilligan and the skipper want to isolate themselves, only one of the other castaways says, "We love you," and of course that's Marianne, who is my favorite
Yes.
castaway.
Same here. I'll second that one.
Yeah, Dawn Wells, she's just a treasure. I just adore her.
I
And
was on a stream last year, somebody else's stream,
uh-huh.
and I don't know who brought up Gilligan's Island. I don't usually bring up my streams unless somebody else does.
Okay.
But somebody brought up Gilligan's Island, and then another person said how they like Dawn Wells. And then, of course, this smartass that's on there, this guy who's usually a smartass, said, "Oh, the only reason why she was on the show is because she slept with the producer." I'm like, what the?
What the what? Yeah.
The height of ignorance. It
Yeah.
just shows you have trolls everywhere, and that is not true, by the way. Far
Yeah,
from being the truth.
I mean, it's not every show is like Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek where, you know, Nichelle Nichols and Majel Barrett and Grace Lee Whitney all slept
Yes.
with him and continue to do so in some respects. Uh,
Yep.
while the show was on at least the first season, but yeah, Dawn Wells. I'm not really familiar with the stuff she did before, but
Not
but
much, but
she
she did not sleep her
she's
way onto the show.
absolutely perfect. She's a farm girl from Kansas, and according to the backstory that you related in your earlier live stream, she won a contest, and that's how she got to be on that cruise. Um,
Yes.
and she's of course I'm from the Midwest, and she's just she's like the girl next door, or maybe a little more idealized,
Well, it's like
but
I've
she's
always.
very relatable, and and I kind of had a crush on her when I was a kid. So
Well, same here.
uh,
That's why she got more. That's why she got the most fan mail out of all of them
yeah,
too.
and Tina Louise didn't like that. It was kind of like it's
She
like
was jealous.
Shatner and Nimoy. Nimoy got more fan mail than Shatner, and
Yes,
Nimoy got
that's
more
correct.
requests to be in parades and live appearances and stuff, and than Shatner. It was kind of like, you know, you just got to deal with it. But yeah, nothing, not to knock Tina Louise, because she's absolutely gorgeous, and and she, it that's kind of a difficult role to play, uh, you know, but she's she kind of reminds you of kind of a Marilyn Monroe breathy type, but it
Oh
takes some
yeah,
skill. It takes skill to get that comedy, you know, and so if you want to example, just watch the first reunion movie with who they replaced her with.
Judith
There's
Baldwin.
no comparison to Tina. I mean,
Oh no.
Tina was awesome, but
The difference is Tina, when she portrayed Ginger, she was what you would consider like roughly a two-dimensional description would be like a dumb blonde,
yeah,
but she wasn't. She was smart down inside.
yeah,
And not to knock Judith Baldwin's performance from the movies, but she was like a dumb blonde.
yeah. She just
She
played it
didn't.
just the one dimension or whatever.
Yes.
But Tina, there's I don't know. That's the two episodes I saw. I just what she says about the professor. She's talking to the skipper, and she's the one that well, prevents the skipper from something, and she's kind of hugging him, and she's like, saying the professor only admires me for my mind, but you admire me for more than that. It's like, and I'm like, uh-huh.
Right. Well, the professor was like Gilligan, asexual,
Yeah, it's just
because because the show
I
was written for a family,
oh
and
yeah,
Sherwood
it's
Schwartz would never let it go there. Thank
he
God.
just but it's funny when that episode with the surfer dude from the first season,
Oh yeah.
and they're and they they're convincing him that Ginger doesn't want anything to do with them because she's with the professor, and Marianne doesn't want
Yes.
anything to do with the surfer dude because her man is Gilligan. And it's just how they're
Gilligan.
pretending to do all that romance stuff, and it's just hysterical.
It is, and it's too bad she wasn't in the remake in the movies. But
Yeah, I
oh
really
well, that's
wish
history.
I wish somebody had stepped in and said, "Okay, you guys, you have your budget, but I will provide the salary for Tina Louise so she can be in this thing."
That was the problem. She was asking for too much.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
you know
way
what?
too much.
But I can see both sides, because she did have a good, strong start to her career. A lot of promise before Gilligan's Island, and she did get typecast because of Gilligan's Island.
Yeah,
So it did
unfortunately,
it
yeah.
did hamper her career. It's just that, so I can, in a way, I can kind of understand it. But by the
Have you
time
seen?
she,
Oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was
Well, I was
just
just
going to
gonna.
say, have you? Oh, sorry.
Uh-huh.
Go right ahead, Pop.
Godzilla
Sorry.
Acre. Godzilla Acre.
What was that?
Are you asking about God's Little Acre?
Oh no, I was going to. Yeah, that's a good choice. I haven't seen that movie, but she was in it. But I was going to say, have you seen Day of the Outlaw?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, that's with it has Tina Louise. And the thing is, the poster, one of the posters and the cover of the Blu-ray is a total lie, because she's kind of, let's say, provocatively dressed, and she doesn't appear that way at all in the movie. But it's a Western uh, with uh,
1959 with Robert Ryan and Burl
Robert
Ives.
Ryan. Yeah,
Ooh.
and
Robert Ryan made some great westerns.
yeah,
Didn't
Robert Ryan
So did
and
Burl Ives. I
Burl
love
Ives.
both of
Yeah,
them.
boy,
Burl
I'm
Ives. Wow,
yeah,
cool.
yeah. Burl Ives is the big bad
Oh,
in
that
that
makes
movie,
sense. I can
and
see that.
it's a really cool Western set in the wintertime,
Wow,
up in I think it's Oregon,
that sounds really good, actually.
and Tina Louise is in it, and it's a
Oh
really
yes.
unusual Western. Very Kino Lorber has it on Blu-ray, and I bought that on. They have sales all the time, and I bought it in a sale for like it was just like $7.99, and
And I'm getting it
and
now on the high seas.
yeah, it's good. It's a good one. It's Robert Ryan is really good, and the movie's going one way, and then it just shifts and it starts going another way, and it's really quite enthralling.
I
I
always,
liked it a lot.
That's,
I always really like westerns. Like, I don't know about you guys, but westerns are one of my favorite genres that has sadly
yes.
kind of disappeared from the face of the earth in recent decades. Right? It's like,
Well,
Yep.
Kevin Costner's got an epic coming out called Horizon.
I hear it's actually good too.
Mm.
You know,
So there you go, PvP. There's a go to your big cinema when it comes out. Hopefully it'll be there.
maybe it'd be like a comeback for him or something after all these years.
Well,
Well, let's see if
on
it's going to be another ego fest. Remember now, he has
yeah,
trashed his own career more than once.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah. He on Jill's stream, that was it Raquel SSG or whatever her name is. I think she's
Yeah.
the one that was talking about, and she said that Costner financed it with his own money
It's apparently a
Yeah, he quit.
project he's
He
been
quit
working.
that Yellowstone.
to do it.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Yeah, he's been working on it for years, apparently, right? Like, yeah,
But then
maybe.
remember, let's not forget the Postman. Let's not forget Waterworld. I mean,
Waterworld.
I
the guy,
I
the guy
like
is he's
Waterworld.
crapped on. But I'm just saying, he's crapped on his own career a few
Yeah.
times. He kind of reminds me
Oh yeah.
of John Travolta, who they get
Ah,
riding high and then they let their ego run away with them and
Yeah.
destroy their career.
and make
Come
a
Yeah.
back
string
and
of
then do
bad,
it again
yeah,
and
Then
again
do it
and
make bad
again.
again.
movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it was,
and the name Battlefield Earth rings
Yeah.
a bell.
Yeah.
oh
It's like,
yeah,
holy
Uh,
crap.
that's
Yeah,
one
I
Old
I was
never
dogs.
want
gonna
to
do
see
that.
that, but that one is
That's a cringe stock
cringe
material for
stock.
sure. Yeah.
But did you guys what'd you guys think of Costner's Wyatt Earp? Did you guys like that?
I have not seen it. I
I,
have to be
I
honest.
didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I,
I really enjoyed that. I
early
saw that
on. Go
I
ahead.
saw I saw it with my younger brother,
No,
and we
his
both
ego.
liked it.
For me, his ego got in the way. In the 80s or 90s, I stopped watching him. I couldn't stand him.
Okay,
It was
gotcha.
right around Waterworld. It may have been Waterworld, maybe before. I don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mm.
I think Wyatt Earp came after Waterworld and before Postman. I think it was in between those two. But
Yeah,
I don't quote me.
yeah. I would say that the one problem I have with him is that his movies they drag on for so long, and I don't like when movie drags. That's why when movies good pace and doesn't drag on forever, then I like it. But if it drags on forever, like what the hell am I watching this? It's so not boring. I'll change the channel.
Yeah, you
I
can
think
blame
it
the script
depends.
for that.
It
I
depends on the
like I
depends
like
on
long movies.
it
I
depends
I
on
can put up with long
it
movies.
depends on the quality of the script and the film
Yeah.
though, because like I could watch Lawrence of Arabia,
Oh,
another 20 times and
yeah.
enjoy it, right? You know.
PvP, you and I are telepathically linked because I was just going to use that as an example. I was going to ask Sci-Fi Sith Dan what he thought of Lawrence of Arabia.
I haven't seen
Okay.
it.
Uh,
Oh,
that
you
yeah, you got
haven't
to see
seen it.
that.
Wow.
That movie is almost as long as Gone with the Wind.
It's about 3.5 hours, I think, isn't it?
It's 3 hours and 30 some minutes.
Is it at least good paced?
Well, it's a thinking man's epic, is how I think that's the best way to put it. But it's based on, of course, T.E. Lawrence. It's set, of course, in World War I and the
The Fallout after
Ara-
World
the
War
Arabian
One?
theater of war against the Turks,
Yeah, it's really
and
good actually.
it's really good.
Well,
Uh-oh.
hello, Admiral Shepard.
Hey,
I'm
Admiral.
on deck.
Well,
What's up?
I
What's
have
up?
one. I have one for you, Sit Dan. 3.5, 4 hours long. Excellently paced, never boring. I watched it dozens of times at least, and I could watch it another 100 times. And that is, it's a mad, 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 mad world.
And I have seen that one plenty of times as a kid and as a teenager. It's
Oh,
a
you
fun
have?
movie.
Yeah, I saw that when it was
So that's an
brand
example
new.
of a good script and pacing.
Yeah, I saw that when it was brand new. And my dad being on the road all week, he actually got to see it first, and then he took
The
all of us.
roadshow version.
You got it, the roadshow version, and he
Good
took us to
God, I
see it.
wish I would have.
And I think we still have the program booklet that he got at the theater. We still have it somewhere. It's pretty beat up because all of us kept looking at it and looking at it and looking at it. But it's yeah, we saw the roadshow version, and then of course they cut it down, which is a shame that footage is lost because the reconstructed one, they just use black and white stills that they have, and
There's a few
they
parts
have
of
the
stills
soundtrack. They
and
have the
some
soundtrack,
audio.
and then
Hmm.
some of the footage. Do you have the Criterion disc? Because
Yes,
it
I
does
do. The Blu-ray.
it does reconstruct it, but they used less than desirable materials because a lot of it didn't survive the
Why
original
would
Yes.
negative.
why would they not preserve
It's
those
because
elements?
they just didn't think that way back then.
Oh, it's sad. It's like
And
when they
yeah,
erased most of season 1 of the old Avengers TV show, right?
Yeah, and Doctor Who and all that.
Yeah. They just
It's
erased
funny.
the tapes.
It just reminded me on one of the Midnight's Edge streams. Tom Connor sometimes just drives me nuts with his factoids that are totally wrong. He talked about Cinerama, blah blah. He's talking about Cinerama, the 3 film strip Cinerama, the true Cinerama process. And he's talking about, the Mad World was filmed that way. 2001 was. It's like, no, there are only 2 films, two narrative films that were filmed in the true 3 film strip process, Cinerama process, and that was How the West Was Won and The Wonderful World of the Brothers Grimm. The first Cinerama, not a tri lens, but a single lens, single film strip version of Cinerama. The first one was It's a Mad World. And 2001 was also filmed. It's basically Super Panavision. It's just, but you'll see the Cinerama symbol in the credits for 2001, but it's one film strip. It's not the 3 film strips with the huge curved screen and 3 projectors projecting it simultaneously, which is the true Cinerama process. But anyway, enough of that.
I would say that the one thing that drew me back to It's a Mad World was that it's off the wall situations and the slapstick comedy it had in it. I found that funny. I mean, I don't mind slapstick, but if it's done badly, I don't watch it. If it's done good, then I watch it. It's that type of stuff that draw me back to the movie constantly.
Yeah.
It's
there's so much. Humor. Yeah. Well, there's just so many good, like Buddy Hackett in the opening, where they find Jimmy Durante's character, and he's like, they're like, when Norman Fell, the cop, comes down, and he's like, "Was he dead when you got here?" And there's this pause.
Did he say anything?
Did he say? And then Buddy Hackett goes, "Practically."
Well, is that the scene where he literally kicks the bucket, does he?
Yeah, right. I mean, I remember my dad just busting a gut when we saw that in the theater when Jimmy Durante kicks the bucket.
That's so good. Well, that's the thing. The cast in that movie is amazing.
Like, it's amazing.
I think they had every great comic working.
Ethel Merman is the mother-in-law from hell.
Oh, jeez.
And it's like Buddy Hackett's like, every man for himself. And it's like, except for you, lady, I want you to drop dead. And then Jonathan Winters.
Oh, it's such a great cast. And
I mean,
I can't remember them all. Oh.
I saw that a couple different times later in the 70s. It was part of this coupon movie thing I described before, where you cut a coupon out of the newspaper and you go to the movie theater with the coupon and a quarter and you get an admission ticket.
Wow.
Well, they would do that. It's like every Wednesday in the summer at one of our cinemas, they would do that. And one of the movies they had was It's a Mad World. And so I got to see it, many times on re-release like that. But I remember every time Jonathan Winters and Phil Silvers, when their confrontation, and then Phil Silvers, he's acting like he's gonna give a ride to Mr. Pike, which is Jonathan Winters' character. He's acting like he's going to give him a ride. Right. Then he goes, "Oh, you better move that bicycle. Somebody will trip over it might trip over it in the dark."
Right.
And then he roars off. And then, of course, when Winters catches up to him, he's like, somebody's going to be tripping over you in the dark. And I just always burst out laughing, and nobody in the theater would laugh at that. Every time I saw it in a re-release, that line always got me, but nobody else in the theater would be laughing. And I just thought, no, that's comedy gold.
It's like, and that during that scene, he actually injured Phil Silvers, right?
Yeah, I heard. Well, he just went nuts. I mean, even
when he was hitting with the tires and everything. Yes.
I mean, they're tying him up, and he's actually breaking free, and he's just, it really looked like. I mean, he's slamming Phil Silvers against the gas pump.
gas
Yes.
station, right?
It's like,
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
that scene's nuts. That's insane, man. I love that
and you
scene.
guys know the story about the gas station. The gas station was
Built temporary.
a built set off the side of a real road, and this guy drove by several times seeing it, and then he's like, oh, that's nice, they got a new gas station there. And of course they get done filming and they tear it down. He goes by and it's like, oh, what the heck happened? And he started inquiring with people, what the hell's going on here, oh, this is for a movie.
Wow. That's a very
Also,
That was a
convincing
movie
set.
set. And he's like, what?
That's
also
great.
when they had Jonathan Winters tied up, they left him tied up and everybody went to lunch. And
Yeah, I heard
Jonathan
about
Winters
that.
was
I was
not
like,
happy.
yeah,
Right. So
I'd
after
be
they came back,
ticked.
he gave them after they came back from lunch, he sat them down for like 3 hours, giving them a lecture on how to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, yeah. But
I
yeah,
can
Winters,
believe that. Yeah.
Winters is every time I watch that movie, he's the one I'm rooting for.
Mine too. Pike was always my favorite.
Yeah. And he's like, he's driving his truck and he's talking to himself, oh, leave the big guy behind, huh?
I was kind of rooting for Spencer Tracy's character too, though. I gotta
Nah,
say.
nah, I don't. He's like, I don't feel any
I like
sympathy for
Spencer
him.
Tracy being
But he's
doing a comedy,
he's a great actor. He's great.
and like kind of pushing his boundaries a little bit, right, with
Yeah.
that film. So
Yeah, it was great to have him in there.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah,
guess
Culpepper.
he probably right, Captain Culpepper.
Captain
You probably
Culpepper.
sympathize with him. You probably sympathize
No.
with him because of his nagging wife
Well, yeah, and he has the two phones and his daughter and his wife.
and his daughter.
And he was like
Yeah.
the tired old cop ready to retire
Yeah.
in this scenario. So I sympathize with him a lot, actually.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
really, but I like how he's so cool and he knows everybody there, and they're all like, well, who are you? But
Yeah,
of course, Dorothy Provine is the first to recognize the W, but it's Jonathan Winters' reaction that is priceless because he's busy chasing Phil Silvers, and then he goes, you hear that choir music, he turns on, it's a W, it's a.
Oh yeah, the W scene is amazing. It's such
Yeah.
a great
since
film.
Yeah,
Since
it's
I
fun.
started
It's a family favorite in my clan. We always anytime it was on, we watched it. When it was on first time on video, we got it, we watched it. It's
I do have a question. Tell me,
what was that, Dan?
Did that movie popularize the saying he kicked the bucket? Or
No, that was that goes way
back.
But the thing is, I don't know of unless it's a silent movie that may have used that as a visual gag. But it's a mad world. And always remember, it's 4 mads to get the title right. But that's the only one where they actually have a visual. What was that, Pop?
Stanley Kramer regretted that later on. He said he wished he would have added another mad to it.
Another mad. Well, one thing that really ticks me off is what the hell is Peter Falk doing in there? Why isn't Don Rickles that character? Because it's a perfect cameo for Rickles because he's saying things like "you stupid idiot" and "moron" and all that. And it's like, okay, Peter Falk, he wasn't known for comedy. He was known for playing a thug in Murder Incorporated. I mean, that was his most notable role. And what's he doing there? Why isn't Don Rickles in the movie? And like Don Rickles said, yeah, and Don Rickles, when he was on later with Bob Costas, he said, I would see Stanley Kramer and he'd say to Stanley, what did I do? What did I do? Why wasn't I in your movie? I don't know what the answer is because I'm sure they would have made an arrangement if he was busy on another film. And the only one I can think of is X, the man with the X-ray eyes. But that's a Corman movie, and Corman would make film it in 5 days. So I don't see how a scheduling conflict.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
He was also performing in Vegas at the time.
Well, that's true.
Maybe that's why.
Still, you'd think they would work something out.
Well, he did. He did tell Kramer, I would. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. I would have been there.
Yeah. So I don't know.
So
There
you
must
think Kramer had something against Rickles?
don't know. It's just
Yeah.
that it's
I
to
don't
me.
think
It's like,
so.
yeah, I don't know. It's just
Seems
that
weird
I don't
Falk
though.
think so
Falk is
because
yeah.
Kramer used to go to Rickles' performances for years after that, and Rickles would always heckle him about it. So I don't think he
Yeah.
would have went to his performances if he didn't
Well,
like him.
at least Rickles
Yeah.
got his revenge in that way, I guess.
That's right. That's right, Pop. I forgot about that. That he would get after Kramer
I love Rickles, so
when
I mean,
when he was at his Vegas concerts. You know, his
does it
stand
And
up.
seem?
don't forget the part with Jack Benny was originally written for Stan Laurel, but he said he wasn't going to
Oh,
play the
Oh,
he
wow.
wasn't going to
yeah,
play the part without Oliver Hardy. That's why he's driving like a Model T, and he's even got the bowler hat, the derby,
yeah,
because they filmed
yeah,
the long shot. This was a stuntman from a distance, and they
Wow.
couldn't reshoot it.
yeah. It's yeah, and of course Ethel. We don't need any help from you. And of course Jack Benny's like, well,
Yes,
Classic Benny. Yeah.
classic.
That
yeah,
was
And then
actually
the
that,
whole
Jack
thing
Benny's.
with the
That was
little
his
kid.
total trademark, wasn't it? The
Yeah,
well.
exactly. And the little kid that's showing Phil Silver's a shortcut.
all right.
His
Yeah.
car goes
Just,
down. It's like, how the heck, and then this car is in the river.
and he almost drowned shooting that sequence.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, it's
really?
like
Oh,
poor
God.
Phil Silvers.
Wow.
But yeah, Ernie Kovacs was originally supposed to be in that
Yes,
movie with his
Oh,
wife
another
instead of
legend.
Sid Caesar.
instead of
Yes.
but Sid Caesar's awesome.
They're all
Oh,
And
he
legends.
is.
yeah, and he he's he was so strong that he kept breaking down that metal door, so they had to keep reinforcing it because
Yes.
he was pretty strong
I
back
heard
in
He
he
those
used
was.
to
days,
work.
and
Yeah.
he
Yeah, he used to
Yeah.
work out, and he
work
was buff.
out. He was, and he was hitting that thing with a sledgehammer, and they're like, they had to keep rebuilding it.
Wow.
But yeah, that's a fun movie, a lot of fun.
I've wanted to cover it on my channel since the beginning, but I don't know how because it's like almost 4 hours, like I said, and I don't have a comedy stream. But
Yeah, you
that
have
that would be my
Yeah.
first
it's not
pick.
yeah, it's not really sci-fi or horror, is it, Pop? So it's like,
No, and how you can do a 4 hour movie? I mean, if I was to cover it, how you can do a 4 hour movie in a stream?
Actually,
well, it's 2.5 hours with the cut version. So
does it have an
I
intermission?
no, I would show the extended version.
oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Does it have an intermission halfway through the full version?
Yeah, well, the extended,
the
the
Roadshow
restored
did.
version. Yeah, the
Yeah,
restored version doesn't
right.
have everything, but it has some of the like Stoneback said earlier. It'll have scenes where it's just a still photo, and you hear audio, and then there's some scenes where you hear audio with no picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'd asked Gorilla to do it on his Sunday cinema, but he doesn't like
He's
to
never
do
seen
anything
it
longer.
before,
Well, he doesn't like to do anything longer than 2 hours either, generally, right? So,
right?
yeah.
And I don't want to put. I want to put it on. It needs to go on a stream where it's respected. It doesn't need to be on a stream where you have younger people saying, "This is too long. What's the point? I don't get it." No, I
Yeah.
would never do that to that movie.
Well, the thing is, Pop, like, all of us here, we would join you, and you could do like a one-off special, if you want to cover that movie. All of us here would be game for that.
It would have to be on a
Well,
weekend or like
yeah,
maybe a
it would have
Wednesday
to.
night.
And like I said, the stream had to be like 4 hours, 5 hours long.
Yeah, I couldn't do it if I had to work the next day. Let's put it that way.
Work?
And
What
I
is work?
refused. I
It's the
refused to do it
torture
on
I go through.
Cosme. There's no way I would show it on Cosme where it's constantly buffering and freezing.
Oh, you mean a watch party?
No, I'm saying either or. A
Oh,
watch
either
party
or.
would be
Okay.
shorter. Right, a watch party, I admit, would be shorter. It'd only be the length of a little over the length of the movie. But if we did a review, that'd be like 4 or 5 hours at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it'd probably be more like 6 or 7 hours. It would be long.
Yeah, the way I'd want to talk, I'd want to keep on talking about behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pops, Um, so which version of the Mad Mad World is the cut version, roughly? Like, how
It's
long
one
is
of
the
the
cut version
networks.
usually?
They vary
The
in
cu-
length. Each
yeah, the
network
cut.
that showed it had their own
Yeah,
versions that they cut down.
the
So like
cut
ABC had
version.
a different version. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
the cut version on Blu-ray. Both the Criterion and the MGM Blu-ray. I think it's about 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
because I'm gonna show you something real quick. I got this in my house.
okay, yeah, that's the cut version.
Yeah, for this
Yeah.
time, it's going on 2 hours and 41 minutes. So
Yeah, okay,
I grew up with this
Yeah,
version,
see.
so if you're gonna do the
yeah,
extended version, I gotta see the extended version of that movie.
yeah. The extended version is on the Criterion Blu-ray. You get both the cut version and the extended reconstructed roadshow version, so that you get both
Along with the
versions
documentary.
along with a documentary that was
Something less. Yeah, something.
originally on a VHS set that my older brother
Yes,
got, and
something less serious.
yeah. So the Criterion disc is great, but the encode on the MGM Blu-ray for the shorter version is better, and I have both. So, but I would suggest the Criterion just to get the Roadshow version, the best version of that you can get on Blu-ray.
And the last remaining survivor just recently passed. Do you remember who that was?
That would have been
Well,
Marvin Kaplan.
was she one of the was
who
she
was
one of
that?
was she one
Marvin
of the
Kaplan, one of the
Oh,
gas
one of
station guy with the glasses.
the guy that's at the station. And he
Marvin, yeah,
also
the one
played.
with the
Yeah,
the
he
chubby
played.
guy. There was a chubby guy and a skinny guy, but he's
Yeah, the
right.
skinny
Marvin
guy with the
Kaplan.
glasses. He played Rumpelstiltskin in The Wonderful World of the Brothers Grimm.
Sorry, go ahead, Dan. What were you saying?
I was trying to guess. Like, it may have been one of the younger cast members that were pretty young in that movie that could have survived to this day. But I guess the ones that were young in that movie died pretty young.
They
Yeah.
did, yeah. It was actually Marvin Kaplan, the guy, one of the gas station attendants.
So,
The one that did not have a broken arm.
yeah, the oh gosh, what's her name? The gal in the bikini. She passed on?
Yep.
Yeah,
I can't remember her name, but yes.
I can't think of her name, but she was primarily a dancer.
But you
Yes, she
remember
was.
the bikini.
But she
And the song 31 Flavors, because they had a scene in there that was
Oh.
taking place in
Yeah.
Baskin Robbins and it was cut out.
Gee, I forgot
they
that.
it was funny because they were they wanted to cast her in that role, and she was just coming off of having a kid, so she had to get into shape pretty quickly. But yeah, I think she looks pretty darn good in that movie.
Do you know, Stone Racket, do you know the story behind Dick Shawn's death?
No, I don't. He played Sylvester.
Sylvester.
I'm coming, Mama. I'm coming.
He was a stand-up comedian and he had a heart
Yeah.
attack and fell flat on his face on stage in front of an audience.
Oh, during his
Wow.
stand-up.
Yep.
Yeah, Dick Shawn was in The Producers. He played the hip Hitler.
That's what I remember is Springtime for Hitler. That
One
is
and
a
one and two.
classic.
1 and 1 is
Oh.
2. 2 and 2 is 4. Feel
It's
so
nuts.
bad because I'm losing the war.
It's so good. It's just, and the thing is, I mean, of course, we all pretty much know Mel Brooks is Jewish, right? So for him to write that screenplay and poke fun at Adolf is like comedy gold. I mean,
Well, the thing is
love that movie.
The expression of everyone in the audience is just priceless. They're like they're like they just total disbelief and horror. It's like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, you never see so many drop jaws in a single
Yeah.
scene in any movie ever since that one.
Yeah.
Or maybe Blazing Saddles.
Well, I don't
Well-
think it drop jaws to the level of the Producers, but I do
Yeah.
remember the big bean sequence, which is near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I'm not a big Mel Brooks
like his
fan at
earlier
all,
films.
but I like
Young Frankenstein was good,
well, the thing is that's Gene Wilder more than Mel Brooks.
but still, Mel.
Yes, correct. In fact,
It's
Gene
more,
Wilder
but it's
insisted on Mel not being in there.
yeah, and it's great because he's not, and also
I know. I agree
the
completely.
the my favorite Mel Brooks film. Unfortunately, he does make an appearance in it, and it's the worst thing. But the 12 Chairs. Have any of you
Yes.
seen that?
I have
Yeah.
not seen that.
Yeah,
Actually.
That has Dom DeLuise and Frank Langella and Ron Moody, and it's a
Wow.
scream. It's based on a Russian fable, or kind of an old story, but it's done as as a straight up comedy. But it's dealing with the aftermath of the Russian Revolution and these 12 chairs, and one of the chairs has jewels sewn into the seat of the
Oh.
chair, and it's just a madcap kind of thing, but it's it's hysterical. I taped it off a cable back in the day, and my folks liked Mel Brooks, and I asked my dad. I go, "Have you ever seen the 12 Chairs?" Mel Brooks's film, and he hadn't. He had heard of it, but he had never seen it. So I was able to show that to my folks, and they really enjoyed it.
You got to give Mel credit
Yeah, I
for
thought.
going back to a Russian fable, right? To make
Yeah,
that.
it's a good movie, but it's just I think it's his best because it's not. There's nothing really crude in it, and his cameo, his appearance is over quickly. Uh, and he's annoying. I mean, that's the worst thing in the movie is when
He
Mel
is.
Brooks
Every time
appears.
he ever stepped on screen, his movies
Yeah,
would screech to a halt.
I just, but yeah,
He was the
Young
worst part of
Frankenstein.
Blazing Saddles.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
that is terminally unfunny. Slim Pickens is funnier than Harvey Korman and Mel Brooks combined in that movie, but
Yeah.
yeah, I really enjoy Young Frankenstein, and it's to me that's more Gene Wilder, and Gene Wilder had to fight for the Cooper Rooper putting on the Ritz.
Oh, really?
Mel Brooks didn't want that in there, and
Oh,
Gene
wow.
got red faced mad, and so Mel was like, okay, if you feel that strongly, and of course he admitted later, he said, yeah, he was right because the audiences just loved it. So
Yeah, it was a great
Mel
scene.
Brooks also
Yeah.
Mel Brooks also wanted to be in the movie, and Gene Wilder had to argue and say no, no, no.
yeah, I'm so glad he was.
Yeah, he said basically it's not about you. No, no, no.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
My favorite Mel Brooks is still that he was a co-creator of Get Smart anyway. So,
Well, yeah, Buck Henry and Mel Brooks.
Yeah, so that's one
Yeah,
thing.
Buck Henry deserves. Buck
I
Henry
think
there's a lot of credit that he didn't get.
I think it's more Buck Henry than Mel Brooks, but
Well,
they
still,
both created it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's Don Adams.
Well, Don Adams. And don't forget Agent 99, Barbara
Yeah,
Feldman.
Barbara,
Don
she's
Adams.
awesome.
Don Adams, he had that character even before Get Smart came on the air.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, there was a sitcom, the Dana, I can't remember, something show where he was a private detective in a hotel, and that was basically the character he was playing.
Yeah, it was the show that Jonathan Harris was on too.
Yes.
It was he was the one that was he would be on Sullivan. He'd go, "My name Jose Jimenez."
Yes, that's the guy who started it, right?
Yeah, it's
Dana something.
Dana
Carvey?
something, yeah. Dana.
Wish I knew
It's not
the name.
Carvey, is it?
No, that's the Saturday Night Live guy. That's
Can you find that anywhere online? Like, I'd love to see episodes of that.
Yeah, but he was a bellhop, and Jonathan Harris was the fastidious proprietor of a hotel, and but then Don Adams, you said, was the hotel detective, Pop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, I remember seeing that show, but it's very, very dim, foggy memory
Gee, I
of
never
it.
heard of that show. Wow.
Oh, should we try to get Admiral Tiggs interaction? He's on the panel, but he hasn't spoken in like 30 minutes.
Well, I just let you guys talk. I mean, you guys done a pretty good job.
Bill Dana. It was the Bill Dana show. Bill Dana was
That's it. That's where I got the
yeah.
name Bill. That's where I got Dana. That's how I got mixed
Yeah,
up. Thank
Bill
you.
Dana. Yeah. And yeah, he yeah, that's you guys you all have seen the right stuff. I
Oh,
hope.
you're talking
Yes.
about the Apollo?
Mercury, doggone it, Mercury 7. Come on, get it right. The right stuff concerning Chuck
13.
Yeager and the Mercury 7 astronauts.
Okay, I
And
guess I haven't. I
and
saw that.
they have oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank. I hate when I get these senior moments. But Alan B. Shepard, portrayed by what's his name that was in Alien. Can't think of his name. Scott Glenn. Okay, anyway, Scott Glenn
Oh, yeah.
as Alan B. Shepard would be doing these Jose Jimenez impersonations. He really liked Bill Dana, and they would show clips of Bill Dana on the Ed Sullivan Show. You know, and he's dressed as an astronaut.
Right.
And it's, Bill Dana's like, before the blast off, I take a blast, in other words, of alcohol. And then Ed Sullivan goes, oh, is that the crash helmet? And Jose goes, oh, I hope not. And Alan B. Shepard, he's doing these impersonations, and then they're undercover, so to speak, going through these battery of tests at a hospital. But there's a lot of Hispanic workers in there, and they don't take too kindly to Alan B. Shepard doing Jose Jimenez. that was
Admiral.
What
Sorry,
was that?
I was going to ask Admiral. Yeah, you haven't been saying much. How are you doing there, sir?
I'm doing good. Like I said, I just let you guys talk. I was always taught not to interrupt anybody. You
Well,
guys
you're
just
allowed
go
to
on
join
down
in.
and Huh?
You're allowed to join in the conversation.
Yes,
Well,
Admiral.
you guys were talking about stuff I probably haven't seen before, so didn't have much to say about it, I guess. Get Smart, yeah, I seen
Yep,
the
Get
whole
Smart.
series about Get Smart. That's
Yeah.
great. That's good. That's a great show.
Now, Admiral, what's your opinion of Agent 99?
Hot.
Yeah, she's hot. The thing is, Barbara Felton is so cool, but I
Yeah.
prefer Diana Rigg as Emma Peel.
Well,
she's
yeah,
good.
yeah. I got to side
Apples
with
and
you on that.
oranges. Apples and
Yeah,
oranges.
but I mean, I liked both and thought they were both really cool.
I'd
Well,
share crackers with either one of them, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
I bet you would, and share more than just crackers.
Oh yeah.
Oh dear.
I'd give
Oh
them some of my
yeah.
peanut butter too. Okay.
I'm not gonna touch that one. Papa probably kicked me off of what I got in my mind to say, but I ain't gonna say it.
By the way,
Well, I got a joke, and since we're on the rumblings, we can get a little risque, I think, right, Pop?
saucy, saucy,
A little
Sure.
saucy. But anyway, this
A
is
little bit looser here.
this is a crude joke that one of my supervisors would do. He would say, "Well, yeah, we're talking about the hot women in the hospital and whatnot," and he'd go, "Well, yeah, I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers." And then he would look down at his crotch and wave and go, "Hi, crackers."
Oh, jeez.
Oh dear. Okay, that's the
Okay.
worst you're going to get from Stone Racket.
Yeah,
Moving on.
I will agree. That was a crude joke. Yes. By the way, there's episodes of Bill Dana's show on YouTube, guys. If you want to watch some,
Okay.
I just
That's
took
good.
a look. Yeah, it looks like full episodes, 25 minutes long too.
Yeah.
Yep, that's his show.
Nice. Nice.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Now if they could just put My World and Welcome to It. There is a few episodes, but they're really crappy quality that I
VHS,
found.
probably some old
Oh,
video
it's just
copy.
it's like ratty VHS from a rinky-dink station with crappy 16
Yeah.
millimeter prints,
Yeah.
but it's better
I
than
wanted
nothing.
to say, hey, LDG Gap. I guess that's I'm one far behind on the chat.
Oh yeah,
Cody
let's
Guy
catch
says,
up.
hey, Gap. I need a maid, says Gorilla.
So do
Oh,
I.
he misspelled made, and I've got a bone to pick with Gorilla because
Oh, gee.
rewatching I'm rewatching the Jill's Star Trek streams and Pop. Absolutely awesome. Those streams, you and Jill and a fairly well behaved Scotty R37. But really good stuff. Really enjoying. I've gone through the cage where no man's gone before and the Corbomite maneuver so far. I've gone through those first three.
I think
And
that's when I was reading from the book.
and you're reading a lot from the Star Trek The Inside Story and a lot of good anecdotes and good stuff. And the thing is, when Gorilla popped in, he misspelled "damn," and
Oh, yeah, he
his
spells a dame.
yeah, it was like some dame Gorilla. I'm like,
He spells
dudes, and
yeah,
nobody on the panel corrected it. I'm like, yeah, you misspelled "damn." It's DAMN, and he spelled it DAME.
right.
And it's like, dame,
Yeah.
you're a dame now. Oh, he's identifying as a dame.
God
I
damn it.
pointed
Damn
I
it.
pointed it out once, but then it's
Oh,
like,
you
oh
did?
well.
Okay, good. I so far I haven't got to that, but I'm glad somebody did.
Or it may not have been on a TOS stream. It could have been a different one.
Okay,
I don't
gotcha.
remember.
Yeah, that's fine.
Gorilla is good at misspelling or
Yeah, it's
mispronouncing
cute.
things at times.
So
which
am
It's
I.
okay.
I kind of well, no, that's why one reason I love Gorilla because he's so down to earth, right? So he's
And
like
then
he's a real guy. He's just a real dude.
Nemesis of Eden. I don't need a maid, but I would certainly like one, says Nemesis.
Yeah, tell me
Yeah.
about it.
I could definitely use one.
Yeah, Nemesis would like a French maid.
Yes.
Yeah, with an apron and a short skirt, no doubt.
I mean, a really
And
hot French maid, yeah.
And nylon.
and now we
And then, oh, Taylor, thank you so much, Matt G. He gave me flapjacks and hamburgers.
Wow.
Yay!
There you go.
It's a running gag between us. So, and Orly Greg
Euler
says
Greg
hello,
says,
everyone.
hello, Euler Greg, if you're still there. Hopefully you're still there.
Hello, Euler
And
Greg
he
with
said the Wild Bunch is a favorite Western of mine. Yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah, it's boy. You talk about violent. It's so violent, Pop.
Sam Peckinpah is
Yeah,
best.
but it's the best Peckinpah Western. It's and the cast is just stellar. It's like wall to wall. It's like, gosh, so many great actors in this.
Wall to wall legends.
I love Ernest Borgnine. I guess he has stand out as my favorite. Everything
Ernest
that man ever did, I
Borgnine,
loved it.
William Holden,
Mhm.
you know, and let's see, of course, Struther Martin's in there, and L.Q. Jones.
Yep.
Trying to think, doggone, I can't think of this guy's name. Warren Oates.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
And
he died tragically young. Yeah.
yeah,
too
and
bad.
then gosh, oh, this guy, oh, he was in he was in the Horse Soldiers. Doggone it! No, not the Horse Soldiers. The Wagon Masters. Doggone, what's his name?
There's Robert Ryan.
Robert Ryan's in it.
Edmund O'Brien.
And I'm trying to think of
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson. That's it. Ben Johnson is in it. He was
John
in
Wayne's good friend.
Yeah.
It's an incredible cast. Like it's just so many.
Yeah, a lot of old
legendary
timers, and it's like it's so ironic because it's basically the end of an era and the end of the West, and these guys go south of the border, kind of the last hurrah.
Yeah.
And all these actors are like, well, gosh, all these actors are pretty old from the Western days, and it's a really fascinating
paralleled
movie.
reality because it was kind of their last hurrah in some ways.
In a
too,
way,
for all
yeah.
these old guys,
Yeah.
right? Like
in a way, but Howard Hawks you know, he joked about Sam Peckinpah. You know, he says you know, the slow motion stuff. He'd always joke that, you know, he his scenes in his westerns, he'd be on to the next scene long before any of those guys hit the ground. It's
I think I think Peckinpah's point with the violence in it, in some of his films, though, is he wanted to bring realism into the movies, right? And because I mean, let's face
Yes.
it, how many movies have you seen where a guy gets blown away and there's not even any blood? It's like, okay, I get it, it's a trope, but Peckinpah wanted to like, well, that was the time when they were
Well,
pushing
he made
boundaries.
right. He made squibs popular,
yeah.
Yeah, and he's
and
pushing
not
Now,
only that
boundaries,
though, but
right?
every time they had different guns on screen, he wanted the authentic sounds of those
yeah,
specific
yeah,
guns.
yep,
Yeah,
that's right.
he wanted realism. I think what it boils down to.
Well, as much as he could. One thing about as far as not the blood or the squibs, but the reaction to being shot. What film was the first to depict that more realistically?
Reaction to being shot.
Yeah, in other words, instead of just, oh, I'm shot, and then they just dropped where they are standing, they're thrown back quite a ways. What was the first Western to do that?
Hmm.
I'm not sure.
You got me there, Stone Rocket.
It was directed by George Stevens. Shane.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
you watch
there's
that again. You watch how the people get. You know, that's more realistic.
hmm.
It's not bloody, of course, because it's still under the code, production code.
Hmm.
But do you guys like that movie, Shane?
I have never seen it, and
Yeah,
I have to admit,
Yeah,
it's
my
one I
big
gotta watch.
it's a good
my big
movie.
beef my big beef with it is Brandon DeWilde is just awful. I don't
Huh.
like him, and he's too young. It should be someone like maybe 12 years old. Uh, it's just he's just not he spoils the movie for me. But
Hmm.
Well,
everything
that's why he
else
didn't go
about it,
very far.
yeah. I mean, the older he got, uh, like in Thriller, he's pretty good in that. And there's another movie I saw him in. He's not bad, not bad at all when he got older. But he died young too, didn't he, Pop?
Yep, he didn't go very far with his career either.
Yeah,
Gap After Dark says, "Hey Euler," and Euler Greg says, "Hey Gap,"
yeah. Gap.
and Dennis of Eden.
Oh, I was just
Sorry,
gonna
go ahead.
say I've said this before, but I love Gap's avatar. Of course, it's a cat, but it's a cool
Hey,
cat.
hey OG, hope you are well, says Nemesis of Eden,
Nemesis.
and
Now,
Euler Greg
Nemesis
says, "Hey Nemesis, I'm okay."
Nemesis, anyone know about his avatar? Is that something he drew himself? Or is that something
I think that is him. I don't know if he drew it himself, but that's like a self-portrait.
it is a self-portrait?
Well,
Yeah.
there's an
Yeah,
oil
because
rig on the helmet, so.
What was that? No, I'm talking about Nemesis's
Nemesis.
Oh,
avatar.
Nemesis. Yeah, I would imagine he probably drew that.
Yeah, that's pretty darn cool.
It's a
'Cause I
good
Well,
was I
drawing.
was I was thinking, did he draw that? Because and if it's a self-portrait, he's a pretty cool dude.
Oh, I've seen Nemesis on camera. He's definitely. I would think that ladies are definitely knocking on his door.
Oh, cool.
He looks a lot like that in when he's been on
That's
camera a
cool.
few
Yeah, he's
times.
probably
Yeah.
fighting them off with.
Oh yeah. Well yeah.
and he has better talent than I do with a pencil when it comes to drawing, that type of drawing.
Oh, what was that
Same
again?
here, better than that.
He has better what?
He's better at drawing that than I am at drawing the thing that he draws, a portrait of himself. I can't draw
Oh,
people with crap.
but you can draw
Same
sci-fi
here.
stuff.
Yeah, like ships and all that. But when it
Yeah,
comes to people, I
yeah,
can't draw people at all unless I use
yeah,
AI artwork.
yeah. I agree with that. I would draw when I was in art class in grade school. It I was in this experimental school, and the closer I got to 6th grade, the more loose it was with art class. It really wasn't disciplined or I should say structured. And so I was basically drawing whatever I wanted. And of course, naturally, I was drawing the Enterprise over and over again. And I was drawing different ships, like when worlds collide. I was drawing that ship. The Martian tripods from War of the Worlds from '53.
I used to do that
And
too. A lot
yeah,
of my math
and
books and stuff.
yeah, and this is an art class, and of course the teacher is like, "Oh, you should be drawing different things." It's like, well, then why don't you structure the class that way? I didn't say that, but it's just, I would draw silly things. I threw all those away. I wish I still had them because I drew aliens and goofy things, but it was basically all sci-fi.
I had a
remember
math book.
Uh-huh.
Sorry,
Go
go ahead.
No, go
I
ahead.
was just going to say that we had a math book in elementary school where every day you would turn and do a couple of pages of math. I made it into a flip book where at the bottom of it I would draw the Enterprise in an action scene battling like the Klingons or something, because I would get done with the math and I'd get bored.
Yeah.
So I'd go down
That's
and draw
great.
another frame, and then the next time I'd do another frame and another frame.
Oh, that's cool.
Awesome.
That's
very
cool as
awesome.
heck.
That's very awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Boring.
kid in junior high and high school, and I'll just say his first name, Dwight, and he was an artist. He could really draw, and in my yearbook, he drew some things, some caricatures of people that we knew and whatnot. But he was something else. I'm pretty sure he went on to graphic artist and whatnot. I'm pretty sure, but I lost touch with all those high school buddies. But he was quite the artiste for sure.
Pop, can you zoom in on my square for a second? I want to show the panel a few drawings.
Oh,
If that's
cool.
all right with you.
There you go.
This is the ones I drew in high school.
Oh, come on, focus, camera, focus.
Oh, it looks like a ship.
Yeah, it is. That's supposed to be a colonial troop transport. This is another one. It's a science vessel.
Okay.
Oh,
This is
nice.
the same ship type, roughly. This is a battleship cruiser type right here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, very cool.
This is all from high school, you say?
Yeah, this is a
Oh.
Star Destroyer type of ship I drew myself.
Okay.
And I got different designs for different races and some alien races I created in high school for a story I made.
Okay.
This is supposed to be a spacecraft carrier right here. Those large squares are aircraft hangars too.
Oh,
Alrighty.
And then
nice.
this last one is an anti-fighter gunship. Has a lot of anti-fighter cannons on it.
Very cool.
And you said this is for one of your stories?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I usually drew these when I was bored or something I found interesting.
Uh-huh.
And I have about the different drawings for different sci-fi nations. I have, I think, at least 4 more major nation ship designs I got in my folders right here from high school. At least.
Well, very
And
cool.
all these are my hand drawings of ships. But when it comes to ships and rigid designs of that type, I'm good at. But when it comes to drawing people and all that, I suck at it. That's why I like drawing ships and structures. I'm good at that. But when it comes to freestyle human faces or human hair and all that, I can't draw worth a damn of that stuff.
Yeah, I should really upload some of my stuff when I was at art school 30-something years ago, because I spent a few years in life class drawing actual real people, like models. They'd come into the school and they'd pose in like a 3 hour class. And, there were people, sometimes they were clothed, sometimes they were nude. And I got really good at drawing the human figure, like pretty darn good at it. And
Can
I
you still
really need,
do it, or are you
oh,
out of practice?
out of practice. I haven't done art in a long time because it's just like you don't make a lot of money, with art, right? Like I found that out after I graduated. So I mean, I did sell some work for probably 5, 10 years after I graduated. I did sell some paintings and stuff to people, but you're not going to make a steady income at it, right? So that's why I have a regular job, right? But
Well,
I could probably get back to it if I put my mind to it.
Yeah.
Those skills will probably come back after 5 or 6 months if I really, put. Well, I could probably take some, classes here actually locally. There's probably life drawing sessions, I would imagine, if I look into it. But
yeah, the problem with artwork is that you gotta have your own niche audience and some big financial benefactors to make a living off of your artwork too. That's kind of the problem people have usually when they're trying to get into the art field to make a living out of it.
well, that's not necessarily the case because a lot of artists that really made it big were outsiders and outcasts. And they just went out and came up with a style that was so unique that they couldn't be ignored. And they'd take, they'd show their work around, but often they were just discovered by some of the gallery owners and critics, you know. And so you don't always need to have a backer at the early days. If your stuff is interesting enough, I think you could be discovered. But there's no singular road to success in the art world. That I'm pretty sure of from my experience, over the years. Um, it's a very complex arena, like any thing in the world. The art world is its own little, a world, and it's got a lot
I'll
of
be
ins
right
and
back.
outs.
Alrighty.
It's got a lot of
Hey,
ins and outs, and there's no simple way to navigate it. I'll put it that way.
hey, PvP. I
Hmm.
wanted to ask you, since you're talking about art and stuff that you did back in the
Oh,
art
I got
school,
I got
I wanted
tons
to
of
ask you.
drawings and paintings. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. Your earlier avatar. Uh, it looks like it's you standing next to one of your paintings. Is that
Yeah, that
is
well,
that?
that is correct.
Yeah. I said, well, that's got to be one of his own paintings. Because when I'm watching the older streams and I see your avatar where it's you,
Yeah, that
I
was
just
me back
and
around
is
late
that
'80s.
the late '80s?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's when I was at Okanagan College for first and second year. I think I was there from '86 to '88, I guess it would be.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, that I was. I've always been heavily into abstract art, and
Yeah.
that's
That's
actually one of my favorite paintings.
that's
Actually,
a that's a pretty big painting too.
well, I've done much bigger. Oh yeah, I've got some here that are about 6 by 8, and
Yeah, that's
stuffed
pretty cool.
stuffed away in the storage room. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now speaking of paintings, what's your candid opinion of the work that Tom Wright did for Night Gallery? Because that's all his stuff.
I've actually been looking at. There's actually some really interesting videos about his paintings on YouTube here,
Yeah.
and I've been watching. This is strange coincidence, Stone Racket, because I've just been watching some of those like in the last couple of weeks.
Cool.
And there are videos of like all of the Night Gallery paintings. There's one or two different ones that have like 100 paintings in the videos,
And
and
this
there's just
is this on YouTube?
yeah, it's on YouTube. Actually, I'll see if I can find
Yeah, if you
the
can find
links.
the link, that would be
Yeah,
that would be great. And there are some behind the scenes videos that
there's
are narrated by Tom Wright on the Blu-rays. But yeah, he tried to vary the technique and make it look like different artists were
yeah,
doing and different materials. And it's astounding. what he did. The one painting that I cannot stand, and I think is crap, is the one he did for the sins of the fathers, because I'm going, well, that caricature of this human figure, it looks like Tricky Dick, Richard Nixon. And I go, that looks like a caricature of Nixon. What the hell is that doing there?
Okay, I don't remember that one per
Yeah, it's
se.
just to me, it's awful. But his other paintings, some of them are just incredibly well done.
Yeah, I'm just looking here because
his painting for the very first story that they did, the first episode, The Dead Man. That's such a primitive looking thing.
Well, the amazing thing is his paintings are. I think he succeeded very much at creating the look of different artists, because to me it's amazing how he was successful. I'm just gonna post some of these in the private chat. These are links I sent to Jill about 3 weeks ago, because I'm trying to get Jill into Night Gallery, since Pop was thinking of doing that after he finishes the Gilligan.
Yeah.
So I sent her some segments here. Let's see. Maybe that's the only one I sent to Jill.
This one's a 9.5 minute video. Night Gallery, all paintings.
Yeah, that's one that's worth checking out.
Okay. And it has that stupid artwork from the Universal DVD box set. It looks like Serling standing in a hallway. And it's like, what's that got to do with Night Gallery?
Okay, let's see here.
The splash screen for the YouTube video. It has nothing to do with the paintings, but
well, sometimes
those covers sucked.
Oh yeah, those covers sucked. Yeah, my favorite painting. Well, hey, why don't I dig it out and share it with you guys? My favorite Night Gallery painting. Is that all right? Okay. Let me hunt that down, and I'll be back.
Oh, check this one out. I think this is the other one I sent to Jill, and this I think has the artist. Something more about the artist. But yeah, there's a few. Yeah, that was talking about Tom Wright.
I think the audio's cutting out, PvP.
What's that? My audio's cutting out?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, that's weird. But yeah, if you just look up Night Gallery paintings on YouTube, you should be able to find some stuff, actually. I mean, you might even find more stuff than what I found, but there's a few things on there.
I know the director Guillermo del Toro has some at his home. I know they were all done by one guy.
Tom Wright.
I was just reading about him just a couple of days ago.
I was just talking to PvP. I was asking him his candid opinion about Tom Wright's work, because he tried to he used different materials, and he tried to make it look like different artists for particular different paintings, and different styles, and he's remarkable.
I think he very much succeeded in that.
Oh yeah,
there is a great variety of styles.
Oh yeah,
in the paintings.
I wish they had all those available in deluxe posters that you could still get.
They did make posters.
Oh yeah, they did, but I want every one of them still available.
Yeah, well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, a lot of those paintings disappeared after the show ended, and
Sylvester Stallone, when he had an office on the lot, he actually had a few.
There's one in the video showing Stallone's office with them on the wall.
Oh, cool! All right, excellent.
And Stallone at his desk, I believe, too, if I remember the video correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully that might be in one of the ones I sent. Like I might have missed some, but just type in Night Gallery paintings, and you'll probably find a lot of that stuff. It's incredible what you can find on YouTube, though. YouTube is such an awesome library of knowledge.
Exactly.
But yeah, that would be great if Pop starts doing night gallery, in a couple of months. That'd be awesome. Because Twilight Zone always overshadows it, right? Like that's the show everybody talks about. But Night Gallery's the show that actually I find just as interesting in a way. Are you guys still here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still here. I'm dealing with my pooches. I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Okay. That's cool. Okay.
Whoa,
I
wait.
was just
I've
wondering
got
if my mic cut out or something there, but
yeah, you were kind of roboting or it was just fading out, but now you're okay.
okay, that's weird. I hope it's not. I paid like almost $100 for this darn headset, and my cord has started to tangle at times over the last couple of weeks, which is annoying because it's actually a very thick, heavy cord. So I
Yeah.
hope it's not going to start shorting out. Like that's
Well,
why I got rid of my last headset because it was a lot cheaper.
PvP, just stop gnawing on the cord, okay?
I don't know on the cord.
Yeah, I've got. I'm ready with share the screen, Pop. If you're back.
Every time when he thinks about women, he's gnawing at that cord. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to be gnawing on a good woman.
See, he's got you on something.
By the way, how do you guys go about sharing your screen? Because I don't even know how to do that. God, I'm so clueless when it comes to this technical stuff.
You hit present, whatever file you video or whatever.
Oh, I see that now.
Yeah, there's a little pull down menu. You can go to specifics. Like with me,
Yep.
I put some of my favorite paintings I just created a folder NG paintings, and then I put it in my my picture viewer.
Got it.
And now I'm gonna minimize the screen, and you probably see my cursor here.
Yep.
And now I'm that's Brenda. And that is a personal painting by Tom Wright because that's one of his daughters. And so he didn't give this painting to anybody. He kept it for himself because it's a painting of his daughter.
Cool.
And this is A Fear of Spiders.
That's a pretty creepy one.
Yeah, it's really nice and creepy. And the episode of Night Gallery that featured this was one of 4 stories. This is my birthday episode because this particular episode, Night Gallery, aired on my birthday. So it's not one of my favorite segments, but it's a segment that has some pretty good stories.
Sometimes the paintings could be better than the stories, actually.
Now this one,
Lindeman's Catch?
You got it. I was going to ask you guys, Pop or PvP. That's Lindeman's Catch. And of course, it's one of my favorite pictures because it's a sea serpent.
That was another creepy one.
Yeah, that's a good story. Very well written, but unfortunately, the mask, and that's all I'm going to say, is a little bit goofy.
Well, they had budget constraints, didn't they, on Night Gallery?
And well, the thing is, they did, and they couldn't do it over. It was just one shot. And if they had more time, they could have done a better job. But what is this one, PvP?
Oh, okay. I'm drawing a blank on that one.
Pop?
Not sure. I haven't seen a show in at least 20 years.
Okay.
Or more.
This one is the favorite Night Gallery painting of my 2 cats. But this one does feature a cat briefly, but not a black cat. But it's the segment that has Zsa Zsa Gabor in it as one of the players.
Oh, I love that one. Yes.
Yeah,
that's when she steps through that mirror.
The painted mirror. This is the painting for the painted mirror. And my cats love this one for obvious reasons. This is my favorite painting of all. This is the Phantom Farmhouse. And that's the story segment that featured David McCallum and David Carradine.
That would be a gateway episode for Jill because she's a big David McCallum fan.
And David McCallum is a psychiatrist, and it's kind of a mod take on the story, where he's got patients at this. It's not exactly an asylum, but it's kind of a. But anyway, it's the werewolf story.
Okay.
You guys remember that one? And
I
it's a mixture of genres. It's basically it's a werewolf, but it's a ghost werewolf story.
okay.
And I love this painting. It's huge in real life.
It looks big. Yeah,
It's
it
pretty
looks like
damn big. But this one I really liked. This is my favorite.
it is a great painting.
Yeah, that's the Phantom Farmhouse, and you can see it in the background there.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
And there's the main protagonist, Ghosty. And this one, of course, is what?
Hickman's model.
Pickman's model. Yeah. Which is my favorite.
On H.P. Lovecraft.
H.P. Lovecraft. It's based on the story of the same name. And the only thing I don't like about the segment is Rod Serling's introduction is crap.
Huh.
Because he talks about black magic, and H.P. Lovecraft has nothing to do with that. It's cosmic horror. And he talks about basically those of you who practice black magic or demonology. It's like, no. Those of us that like classic horror recognize this one.
I think
So
the trouble.
I don't like his introduction, but it's my favorite Night Gallery story of all.
Serling had to read whatever they gave him, though, because he had no.
No, he
control,
wrote all the introductions himself.
Did he? Well, he
Oh, you
screwed up
bet.
that time then.
He was given Polaroids of the paintings, which he loved,
Okay.
and then
Maybe he
of course,
didn't write the story.
No, he didn't. He didn't write the
But he knows the
adaptation.
Pickman.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I'm saying maybe he wasn't that familiar with the story, but you figure he would be.
Oh, he has no excuse. He was very familiar with classic horror and recent horror. I mean, he was an aficionado of that, and so was Jack Laird, and so he knew his stuff. It's just that his introduction, this isn't about demonologists. This is not about witches. This is not about people who practice those things. And his introduction is like, it's just stupid. I don't like it. This one, of course, is Silent Snow, Secret Snow.
That's one of the more unusual episodes of the series.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's based on a classic story.
I found that one very haunting, and it wasn't.
Yeah, it's good.
It wasn't really horror, but it was very disturbing.
Well, my interpretation as a child, when I saw that how it ended, I interpreted it as dark forces, demonic forces. And that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to spoil anything, but demonic forces at work. And Scott Skelton and Jim Benson in their Night Gallery book, Night Gallery and After Hours Tour, they take a very prosaic way of interpreting the story. They say it's about autism, and I go, no, that's not Night Gallery. And this is the Toon and Dan's Cafe.
One of my favorite segments.
About a haunted jukebox, and the director, he was an editor on the show, and he was promised a directing gig. He would be able to direct a segment, and they gave him this one because nobody else wanted to touch it. They thought it was a dog, but he did a great job of directing it. It's got a lot of pizzazz in it.
Oh, it's one of my favorite segments of the whole
and
series.
It's a so-so script. Not bad, not great, but the way he put it together is very, very
the execution is
memorable. The execution, the director improves the script.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
love this episode.
The thing is, he put his own wife in it. She's the one that plays Red.
Really?
Yeah, she's the hot redhead. And I'm like, oh boy, that's his wife. Ooh.
Well, at least he was having fun in his personal life then.
Yeah, but yeah, she's quite the fetching woman there. But she played Red.
I love that painting, by the way. That is
Yeah.
one of my favorite.
Now
night
that's
gallery
one of the
paintings.
ones they made a poster of back in the day.
Yes, that I've seen the poster of that. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, before we go on, hold on right there. I'm going to try to catch up a little bit here.
Yes, indeed.
PvP says, "Oh, the Great Wild Bunch is a classic." Yeah, I'm like
Yep.
an hour behind. Sorry, guys. And Taylor Swift is giving us, I believe, those are steaks.
Hey, there's a steak for each of us.
Hey,
Rose Roundabout says, "Never see a kid run faster than when Dad puts his foot down and get this fat ass up." Stone Racket, I don't give a dame.
I'm
There
giving
ain't
Daniel's
nothing but a dame. Nothing like
right.
a dame. Excuse me.
Daniel says, "Hi, bro." And how are you tonight, Pop? I'm doing good, Daniel. I'm surprised you're not up here on the panel with us.
Yeah, I
Cat says,
want
"Hey,
Cap on the
Daniel."
panel. I want another
Gav
kitty
After
cat
Dark.
guy.
I love cats, says Gav After Dark.
Yeah,
And
that's
Daniel
great.
says,
I
"Hello,
love
Gav."
cats.
And Daniel Hot Topic says, "I used to have a lot of cats throughout the 90s and
Oh,
early 2000s, all up to 2005, but I live in the country and all my cats were picked up by coyotes
that's terrible.
or coyotes, depending on who you are, where you're
Yeah,
from."
yeah.
Gorilla
I
says, "PvP." Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I keep my cats inside.
Yeah, my cousin lost a cat to a coyote
Yeah,
about
you never know. Even though we don't have coyotes here. It's just you never know what's gonna happen.
yeah, Kitty
You
went
know,
out
they
one day and never came back.
running off or being attacked by another animal
Yeah, my
or being
cousin's
hit
pretty
by a
sure.
car or some sadistic person that hates
Yeah,
cats.
my cousin is pretty sure a coyote got him, but oh well.
PvP says, "Awfully bold of you to assume." Sorry, Gorilla says at PvP, "Awfully bold of you to assume it's ladies knocking on the door."
Is
Oh,
that
you
a
mean
dig
for
against
Nemesis?
Nemesis? Yeah, that's what I took it
Uh-oh,
as.
Gap says night, guys. Don't go away, Gap.
Oh gosh, nightcap.
Take care,
No,
Gav. Have a great night.
yeah.
It might be because I haven't been reading the chat. Jim
Oh,
says,
no.
"Good night, Gav." No, well, I'm caught up now.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen Gap once on a stream, and he said it. I think it was one of Jill's streams, and I wasn't there, but he said that it's pretty rare that I'm on a stream, but I kind of want him to be on a stream when we're all on, and it's because I want another cat person on with a cat avatar. It's kind of like Mikey Sue's 4. Sometimes he has a cat avatar,
Cool.
but
Yeah, I hope we can cover Night Gallery. I know it's not
yeah,
a very
that
long show. There wasn't that many episodes, but I do hope to cover it soon.
Yeah, it was on for 3 years, Pop. So yeah,
yeah.
not a huge
Did
number
you
of episodes.
have you picked up that book, Pop?
I haven't been able to find one that's available. Have you found one?
No, I was just wondering if you had, because I thought you had one
I
that you
was
were.
just looking again a couple of days ago. That's why I was mentioning the artist of Night Gallery.
Uh,
I periodically go and I keep looking.
have you tried abebooks.com?
Abe, no, I was on
Abe
eBay.
Books. Yeah.
Yeah, let me look it up right now.
Okay. That's affiliated with Amazon, but it's a good place to find used books.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was just looking a couple of days ago again. I tried Amazon, but not Books. I don't see it unless I typed in Night Gallery for search. If you can help me find it.
Yeah, I found one on Amazon. It says
Or
used.
Amazon?
Yeah, it says used acceptable. Goodwill Fort Wayne is the seller, 98 positive for its the seller rating, but it's $49.95 plus $3.99 shipping. But that's
Wait,
available.
that's not the second edition, is it?
No, the second edition is very, very pricey. That's
That's the one I've been trying to find.
Oh, really? That one's
800 pages.
okay. Well, let me
But I haven't been able to find a copy.
yeah, let me just I'll get the link for you in the chat, okay?
Okay,
In the
I'm looking
private
at it
chat.
now.
Let me do some research here because I had well, that
Okay,
link isn't
yeah,
that
Rod
link isn't
Shirley's Night
coming
Gallery
up.
After Hours.
What?
It's Rod Shirley's Night Gallery and After Hours tour, right?
Right. Rod Serling's Night Gallery, an after hours tour.
Sure,
That
I
link
see the
isn't
one you're
coming
seeing
up.
for $49.95.
That link isn't coming up, but I'm gonna let me try it another way.
Well, I guess we could settle for this one, but it sounds like the other one has a lot more info.
Okay, the second edition. There's a there's a second edition regular and there's a second edition deluxe. You'd want the regular one, right?
What's the difference? I don't know.
Okay, let's see here. Well, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Let me. I don't understand this. They have two different listings here at nightgallery.net. And one says the second edition, and then one says second edition deluxe, but they're both $95.
That's odd.
Does it have any description about any differences?
It doesn't. No, it just said it has a different description on the where you click it, but when you go to to buy it, it just says expanded second edition regular hardbound on both links.
Huh.
But it is the full second edition. But again, it's specific. It's a it's Creature Features that that published it. So you're going to pay through the nose for them because they're a specialized publisher. But if you go to nightgallery.net and click on their books, that'll take you to where you can purchase it from Creature Features because the Creature Features link isn't working for me. It just sits there. But if you go to nightgallery.net, that's the best way to get the second edition, the expanded 800-page second edition.
What's the name of the book?
Rod Serling's Night Gallery, an after-hours tour.
Okay.
Not a 3-hour tour, an after-hours tour.
Right. I'm just going to look it up on eBay and see if they got it.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to be more than $95.
Not always. Sometimes eBay you can get bargains.
Yeah, if it's damaged.
Not always. I've got some good stuff there. Sometimes people will lowball something because they don't realize what it's actually worth.
So what you're saying is because they're stupid. No,
Well, no, I've been selling on eBay
No.
for like 16 years, so I have a fair bit of knowledge about its ins and
yeah,
outs.
I'm being facetious, so I apologize.
No worries. Rod Serling's, what was it? The Night Gallery.
An after-hours tour. So you having any luck there, Pop?
I'm on that website, but it says the Art of Darkness, but I'm still looking.
No, just click on books, and they have Art of Darkness, and then right next to it they have the After Hours second edition.
I wonder if it's out of print.
No, it's not. You can still buy it.
Okay, because it's way overpriced here on eBay.
Yep, well, exactly as I predicted.
How much is it on eBay?
Well, they're both pre-owned. One's 97.48. That's Canadian dollars, though. Remember.
Is that the second edition?
Let me take a look.
If it doesn't say it, then it's not.
Okay, for the books, going left to right, we have Art of Darkness, and then Night Gallery and After Hours Tour, second edition, and then Night Gallery and After Hours Tour, second edition, deluxe. And it's like they'd both, if you click on either the regular second edition or the deluxe, it'll take you to the same page. To purchase it for $95. Oh, I see what I did. I clicked on the picture now for the deluxe, and it's $250.
That sounds like more like what I've been looking at.
Yeah, and so if you I clicked on the actual text link below, and if you do that on either column, it'll take you to. But so just click on the one that just shows Rod Serling in a gilded frame. You click on that, that'll take you to the $95 one. Do you have it?
I just clicked on the one that I think you're talking about.
It's $95.
No, I'm looking at the 250.
Pop, you make the show Stone Racket. What you start doing on your computer to have them try to help you out if you have to do that?
Well, I'm looking at it on my phone now, but
it's on a phone. No wonder that'll screw everything up.
Okay, then you go to hold on.
Yeah, I would just open a new tab. Go to nightgallery.net.
Okay, I'm doing that now.
And then click on the middle book, which is the regular second edition. Just click on the picture. I guess you can click on the description and the picture below it. It'll take you to the same link, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm looking here on the website. It's $133 on my website for the second edition. But that might be Canadian dollars. I'm not sure.
Yeah, click on books.
Open.
Just click on the books. Oh, it's taking a while. Oh, that's a different screen. Yeah, that's a different screen than mine. Oh, there we go. Yeah, click on that middle one right there with just Rod Serling in the gilded frame. or that description there. Yeah, click on that, and that'll take you to the page where you can buy it.
Yeah, I just clicked on the picture and it took me right through.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm falling asleep. So you guys have a good night. Take care.
Take care.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, good night.
Good night,
Good night.
Jim.
Take care. Bye
Good
bye.
night, Emerald Jim. Good night, Emerald Jim.
What's the difference between this and the other one?
One, the deluxe comes in a slipcase, and it's $250, and the one in the middle is $95.
So you're paying that much just for the slipcase?
And I think maybe a few extras. Let me double check. Let's see. Deluxe slipcase with the signed book plate. So you get their autographs.
Who's
By the
autographs?
authors?
The authors, who else, PvP?
Okay, I just wanted to
Yeah,
double
look
check.
at- it's
It
not
wouldn't
gonna
be Rod Serling. He dead.
Well, no, unless they had a cache of them somewhere. Yeah, that would be nice to have Rod Sterling's autograph, though. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, if he didn't smoke 10 packs a day, he would have lived longer.
That's what did him in. It's weird though. I'm seeing like it's costing more here.
Well, you're in
How much?
Canada.
Must be Canadian dollars. Yeah,
Yeah,
133.
So Trudeau has to get his cut. No.
Well, I'm not going to bash Trudeau because there's more than enough people doing that these days anyway. So
Did you say 130?
133 in my part of the woods.
Got it.
But
It's
Pop
got some
is
It is
odd
the
ways
hard.
to
It is.
pay.
It is the hardbound edition, though. I'm noticing, guys.
yeah, that's the only one they have. They don't have
Okay.
a softbound.
Okay.
Shop, Google Pay, and Meta Pay. Oh, why does it have those? That's odd. Let me see.
It has more pay options.
I
Well,
was
I
trying
don't
to
know
check
what.
out.
Shop Pay or Google Pay. I have no idea what those are. So
Well, I know what Google Pay is. I don't know what Shop or Meta Pay is. Obviously, Facebook.
Yeah, you can pay other
Oh,
ways to pay.
credit card.
You can pay with a credit card. I think that's how I did it. I just paid with a credit card.
my credit card would be the, well. It's my debit is like a credit card. Basically, it's one and the same. So
Okay, PvP, why don't you
All right.
in the private chat, why don't you give Pop that number? No. Sorry.
it's amazing though. It does figure out I'm from Canada and my province, so I'm impressed.
Oh, cool.
It's already pre-entered, and oh, there it is. Card number, expiration date, security code. It's all there. Well, actually, it'd be quite easy. Once I get $133 and I can afford to buy the darn thing, I might think about that. It would be fun to have that book, though. But boy, 103. I remember when books were like maybe $20, $30, not 100 and something.
Yeah, I when I bought the first edition, I bought it as a paperback, and that was $40.
That sounds more in the ballpark. Yeah.
And
For the second edition?
no, I said the first edition. I bought the paperback
sorry.
version of the first edition, and that was $40, and that's pretty pricey for a paperback.
It is.
And but the thing is, again, it's the way it was published. But I think I bought that through Amazon actually. But the deluxe version, I went for the deluxe version, and so I had the slipcase and the book plate with their signatures.
Nice.
I just decided to splurge, and that was a couple years ago. But I also got the Art of Darkness book, and but yeah, those are pretty hefty volumes.
I imagine the price
800
too is.
pages.
Go ahead, Pop.
Go
sorry.
ahead.
No.
I was going to say, yeah, over 800 pages. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a coffee table book, so it's kind kind of awkward to handle. It's like,
Kind of understand the price though if it's that large, right?
yeah, both
And
the book on the paintings and the second edition, those are pretty large books. The Art of Darkness being a little larger, but
yeah.
it's a pretty hefty book, but it's published by Creature Features. And so you'll be paying a little extra because it's, a specialized publisher.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing it's specialized because the market for Night Gallery might not be as big as Twilight Zone, right? So, they've got to cover their costs at some point because they're not going to sell as many copies, I'm guessing.
Oh, that's totally whack. I don't know where you're getting that. No,
No, I mean seriously, I think
no, yeah,
smaller, smaller
that's right. I mean,
special interest, right, kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's basically what I've been saying. Yeah,
yeah.
but it's a damn cool book.
Well, the thing is, if it's a hardcover and it's well made and it doesn't fall apart, then like I'm there, right? Because I bought books where you read them for a couple of months and they start falling apart, right? And it's like, oh great.
Yeah, that's why I didn't buy the Calvin and Hobbes complete set in the hardcover, because I heard that they were just too awkward, and two, they started falling apart. So, and that was a 3-volume hardcover book set in a slipcase, but the paperback was in 4 volumes, and they were much easier to handle. And so I bought the paper bound ones, and it's much easier to handle, but still high quality.
Calvin and Hobbes were great. I miss those cartoons.
Yeah, my older sister kept saying that she'd say, "Yeah, Calvin's just like you," because I was, I was definitely the sci-fi kid, and I loved monsters and dinosaurs, and so I was the brother that was really into all that.
Right.
And so she always thought of when she saw Calvin, she'd always see me.
Yeah, I just love the way Calvin and Hobbes would kind of play between reality and fantasy all the time. Like there were two worlds that were interchangeable somehow.
Yeah, it's an incredible comic strip. It's just,
I think it really captures the imagination of a child. Like I think it's really wonderful doing that.
Yeah, and also in a way, like Charles Schultz in the Peanuts comic strip, where it's children, but they are talking about things that are more of an adult nature, more mature.
They have a complexity, yeah.
And so and Calvin would sometimes when he'd bring these demands to his dad, stuff like, and then some of these questions he would ask, it was fascinating. But
and Dad would be like, why did I ever have kids?
I love the fact that when Calvin is with his stuffed tiger, it's a real creature, and
exactly.
Then whenever the parents are in the same frame, it's this little goofy looking stuffed animal.
Yeah, that's what I mean about the interplay between reality and fantasy, right? Because the adults see reality, and Calvin sees he sees reality, but through a fantasy lens.
And there's one, I think it was just one of those little side drawings to the main comic strip, but there's one I remember where Calvin's looking really worried, and his mother with a needle and thread is sewing the stuffed tiger up a little bit because maybe a seam came undone. She's sewing the tiger again, and Calvin's like, it's like a life or death thing for Calvin. But it's just a stuffed animal in the mother's lap, and she's just calmly sewing away.
Yeah, it's such a great. I think it's one of the great comic series of all time, actually.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, gee, I miss all the brilliant. We said a lot of brilliant cartoonists like 20, 30 years ago, didn't we? Gosh.
Yeah.
It's like the rest of the culture. And where's it gone? I don't know.
Oh no, Gorilla says finally just had to chloroform the kids, so off to bed.
Well, I kind of figured that's the only reason. Yeah, good night.
Night,
I think
Gorilla.
that's why he never showed up tonight, because that kid has been a handful the last couple of days.
Yeah, you know
Or
when
she's
the
hyped up on sugar or something.
oh yeah, that was always fun when Mom made the Kool-Aid. You know, it's a cup of sugar and a little packet of Kool-Aid, but it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
and of course she, okay, kids, come on inside because we're running around outside, and then come in and have some Kool-Aid. Okay, go back outside.
I had an
So,
aunt who used to make that, and she would put about half the amount of sugar of what it called for, and it tasted like crap.
oh gee, yeah, that would be kind of sour.
Yeah, I remember
Well, it
what I
tasted
think it was.
like if you had it was watered down. It didn't have this because it wasn't potent enough. Like if you guys know, if you had powdered Kool Aid, it would be like a sour.
Yeah,
But if you put half the sugar, it's just like watered down Kool Aid, like as if it had ice in it originally, and the ice all melted away.
yeah.
Yeah, I was never a big Kool-Aid fan, actually.
Yeah, my mom had this big,
I
this
had way
huge,
too much of
huge,
it.
huge pitcher, uh, and she would make it for us. And when we were outside during the summer, we'd be running around the backyard and whatnot. And she'd call us in for some Kool-Aid, so it was a nice treat back then. And then if some of our friends were out with us, they would be welcome to have some Kool-Aid because my mom had a huge pitcher of it. So it's,
Oh wow.
Did you have the frozen Kool Aid pops?
no, we didn't really do
Well,
that. Um,
we did.
it
It was our
yeah,
alternative ice cream.
yeah, it's
Ice cream was like a luxury item.
yeah. Our there was a local dairy in our town, and they had a shop close to the downtown area. From I could just pedal my bike down there, get some half gallons of Boyd's ice cream, and pedal back in enough time so it wouldn't be a complete slushy mess. But usually we stop by in our station wagon and nice air conditioned comfort and bring the ice cream back. But they made a ice cream. It's called Tin Roof Sundae.
Oh, I remember that stuff's delicious.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that
and
in
that
years.
was oh my goodness, that was so awesome. I just loved that. That was my favorite. But they had all kinds of different kinds of ice creams to choose from. But basically before Baskin Robbins, we had Boyd's dairy, ice cream. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
haven't
they
seen
had a
that
little
flavor
shop.
in
Yeah, they
decades.
had a little shop there near Campus Town, and so it was real convenient. But we got, gosh, most of the time it was Boyd's ice cream. Once in a while we got Wells Blue Bunny if it was on special, but it was usually Boyd's ice cream when I was growing up, and we usually had that around. But sugar cereals, my folks would, my dad would bring home the latest sugar cereal just to try it, and that was it. We just tried it once, and we usually just had more wholesome, cereals that weren't, so high in sugar. But most of the time, actually, my mom cooked, made us a hot breakfast before we went to school. So she had cooked cereal most of the time.
Same here. We had
Yeah.
cream of wheat, cornmeal,
Yeah.
malto
Oh, yeah.
meal,
Cornmeal mush or the cornmeal cereal, and then cream of
yep,
wheat and Ralston
malto meal,
Yeah, I
and
could.
yep.
a malto meal. Yeah, that was a treat once in a while with the kangaroo.
It
Hmm.
would be cream of wheat or oatmeal for me.
Yeah. And my mom would make us poached eggs sometimes to go with our oatmeal and toast. So that was
Wow.
a kick butt breakfast to start the
Uh,
day. And of course, she had packed a nice lunch for us. Uh, and because the first few years I was in school, I brought my own lunch. And the only thing the school provided was milk, a little pint of milk. And and then it was, let's see, once I got into like third grade, that's when they started we would have a hot lunch in the cafeteria served to us. Once in a while, I would still bring my own lunch, but then you'd also had the option of getting a hot lunch served to you.
That's why I grew up in the area with the cafeteria lunches.
Yeah, so starting in '68, when I was in third grade, that was an option at this experimental school that I went to. But the original school that I started out with, kindergarten, first and second grade, we brought our own lunch because they didn't provide anything but, like I said, a pint of milk and once in a while chocolate milk as a treat.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had school lunches. Like, I don't remember them anyway.
Yeah, and junior high and high school, that was all we had. We had these little 20 punch tickets that you would buy, and
Yep, I remember lunch
yeah,
tickets.
and so they'd have a lunch lady punch in your ticket, and you get a tray and silverware, and then you go through the line. And that started in junior high and then high school. But there was they also in high school. Sometimes I would grab before classes. I would grab a quick breakfast because they served breakfast too.
Yeah, I remember that in elementary school they started serving breakfast.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything healthy, but it was okay. It was, at least it was filler.
Yeah, well, they had scrambled eggs, which I loved.
Yeah,
And you
orange juice.
could get a roll and some scrambled eggs or some toast, and so I'd get the scrambled eggs. Just for me, being a growing boy, it was basically second breakfast for me because I would always eat something at home before I left for high school. But then if I had time before class, I'd grab something real quick. And sometimes my friends were doing the same thing. It's like second breakfast before we knew about hobbits having second breakfast. But
Taylor Swift is waving. Does that mean good night? Thank you, Taylor Swift. If so, have a good night. Thank you for being here.
yeah, I asked
I
him
used to miss the old. I used to miss the old cafeteria lunch. Some of that stuff was pretty good. The pizza, the spaghetti, all that stuff was really good. And then when I grew up later on, and then as an adult, as a teacher, oh my God, the stuff was garbage. And it's not like my taste had changed. It's just
it
that
just
they
got
literally
worse.
were serving,
Yeah.
yeah, they were like chicken nuggets and crap like that.
Yeah, the pizza was kind of gnarly when I was in high school, but once I would
The
still
square
get it.
pieces,
Yeah, the big square pieces, and
yeah,
sometimes I got a
with the
corner
thick
piece with the
crust.
crust, which I
Uh
liked.
huh.
But
Thick
then other
crust.
times, did they ever serve chili?
No, not that I remember.
Yeah, sometimes they'd serve chili. I remember one time, they plopped some chili in my tray, and I was wearing a jeans jacket, and the corner one side of my jeans jacket accidentally dipped into it. And I'm like, then it got on my jeans. I'm like, oh crap!
Oh no.
It's like, and it wasn't dark denim; it was light denim, so it was even
Oh,
worse. And I
that's
was like,
even
oh
worse.
no, the girls will make fun of me.
Hey, that reminds me, denim ruled back then, didn't it?
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, I had
All
my
my friends,
yeah,
we had our jean our denim pants, our jeans, and we had our jean jackets,
yeah,
and all of us had like shoulder length hair,
yeah. I had
except for my one square friend Jim, who had strict. His parents taught school, and they were very strict, so he was the one guy with the short hair, but we still took him along because we liked him. And yeah, jeans were big back then,
oh
man.
yeah. I had. I remember when I was in sixth grade. That's when the girls started coming into class with the flared jeans,
Oh yeah,
Super
and
bell
Bowl.
bottoms.
I remember teasing because I had the straight jeans still, and
Me too.
I remember teasing the girls, and some of them had the really, really flared, and I would grab
Super
their
Bowl.
the super bell bottoms, and I would grab
Yeah.
the bell bottom and kind of flip it around a little bit. And I go, what is this? But I liked the slightly flared jeans when I was in high school. Or junior high. I would get the slightly flared, and they had a thing called boot cut jeans because I was wearing
Oh
boots a
yeah.
lot, and so I kind of stuck with that. I never got the exaggerated flared like some of the guys and gals would, but
Yeah, I
but
just
yeah,
like
I once I
regular
got in
jeans.
junior high, I started wearing the flare, and of course, in sixth grade, I started growing my hair a little longer, and then high school, I had in junior high and high school, my hair was pretty long, and of course, my dad hated that.
Oh
My
yeah, that
my
was
older
pretty
brother and
funny.
I had longer hair, and my dad would go, "You look like a couple of girls."
That's what one of my grandfathers said that to me. It's like, are
Yeah,
you a boy or are you a girl? It's like, well, last time I checked, Gramps. I didn't say that out loud, but I was thinking it right. It's like, oh man.
I'm
And then
gonna.
I think I said something to him. Hey, well, all those guys like back in the 17th century had
Yeah, I
long
know
hair.
they had Shakespeare.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
sometimes I would, if I was feeling cocky enough, I go, "Well, Dad, you like Shakespeare? He had long hair, and he's kind of well, whatever."
I made some comment like that to my granddad too, I think, and that shut him up right away. He's like, oh shit, this kid knows too much.
Yeah, but then for a while we were kind of cutting back. My folks were really cutting back on the budget, and my mom started cutting my hair and my younger brother's hair,
Okay.
and so yeah, but my mom did a great job. I mean,
Oh, that's good.
the magic of moms, they could do wonders.
So it wasn't just like a bowl cut or something.
No, no, no. She had this uh kind of comb like thing that had a blade, razor blade in it. It was for thinning, and
Okay.
that sometimes tugged a little bit. But then she
Oh, I
had
remember that. Yeah, those are
yeah,
painful.
yeah. I kind of, but my mom also had the electric clippers and scissors and whatnot, and so just to save money, so we didn't. Gosh, for so many years there, uh, we didn't go. We used to go to the barber shop all the time, but when I was in junior high and high school, uh, my mom cut our hair. So yeah, it wasn't until I was in college that I started going to the university barber shop, and of course, I was making my own money then, so I would just pay for professional haircut. And it was neat because the university barbershop, it wasn't that far from college campus, and I just walk over there between classes sometimes or after classes, and guy by the name of Mark Schroeder cut my hair, and it was always nice because in his chair, he'd lean you back, and on the ceiling he had Cheryl Teague's posters.
Okay.
So it's like he give you something nice to look at, and because there's times you could get the whole treatment, your hair washed and styled and dried and all that. And so when he did that, I'd be leaning back and Cheryl Teague's in a bikini would be on the ceiling there. It's like,
That would make the time pass quicker, I'm betting.
yeah. Well, the thing is, what was really racy was if you were early to your appointment and they had this little place where you could sit down. Well, the magazines, they had Playboy and Penthouse there. It was like, holy smokes.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. Like if I
Yeah, I was it was university barber, so he didn't let little kids in there,
wow.
and
Still,
but I thought that was pretty. It's like shit, it's like
if
it's
I
like
was
what is
flipping
this?
if I was flipping through
It's
Penthouse for
like
half an hour, I don't know
it's
if I'd
like
want
it's
to
like
lie back in the chair.
it's like basically it's like, well, where's my time in Newsweek? And
Yeah.
the raciest thing would be Esquire, on normal barber shop. But
Yeah, I think usually I'd get like Time magazine or something,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
Hello,
once
Hurt.
in
Good
a
to see you. Hurt says,
Herc.
been lurking and listening. I just enjoy the conversation.
I heard.
That's
Darn,
good.
LOL, says Taylor Swift. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
That's okay. Oh, is that all the chat?
No, I was just going to say, if
That's
I was
it.
reading Penthouse, I'd probably need to cover the magazine to cover myself when I sat in the chair.
Once in a while, I got brave and took a quick peek, but most of the time I would grab Time or Newsweek because I was like, nah, I don't want to have you know, I don't want to be in an awkward position sitting in the barber chair.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't want to get too enthusiastic before I sit
Too
in the chair.
enthusiastic. Yeah, it's like, oh dear.
How should I put this?
boy.
You don't want any afternoon wood, huh?
Don't say that. That's too crude.
We were trying to be subtle.
We're
Dan.
trying to be subtle, man. And you go ruin it with your young'un talk. No. No, that's I don't yeah.
Well, do you know a
Oh,
better
boy.
term for it then?
I just both
down?
PvP and I did it more subtly.
We know a lot of terms for it, but
We know a lot of terms, but we
chose
just
not to mention
chose
them.
not to mention it. Yeah. And it's what Pop says goes. Okay.
It's still well. My definition is still PG-13 too.
Well, what does Pop say?
It's Rumblings from the Lab. It's okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Pop
Then
lets a lot go
then
on
what it
Saturday.
is, I guess.
You mean that's what it would be?
It would be a Mr. Stiffy for me, but anyway. But yeah, it's that was an interesting barbershop. But the thing is, Mark Schroeder, he was recommended to me by my best friend, and sure enough, he cut hair really well, and he could have opened his own shop. That's how good he was.
Huh. He must have been making decent bucks working for the
Yeah.
school, though.
But when I moved and I started grad school at a different university, I went to the university barbershop in this new town and just walked in. I realized, oh, I have to make an appointment. But there was one barber there, the son of the owner. He said, well, I'm free right now. I can take you and cut your hair right now. And what was his name? Mark. So it's like, okay, and Mark in my hometown and Mark in this new town. So it's like
coincidence.
Yeah. And now I learned, I just got my hair cut earlier this week. A woman by the name of Kelly cuts my hair, and she told me, she goes, well, I'm going to be like you. I'm going to be retiring soon. And I'm like, oh boy, who's going to cut my hair? And she said, well, Aaron's going to cut your hair. And I turn, there's this hot blonde, and I'm like, oh. And Kelly told me, yeah, Aaron is buying the barbershop.
Wow.
And she's taking over, and she says she'll take care of you. She'll cut your hair. And I'm like, it's like, oh, a lot younger woman and damn good looking.
yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
But the thing is, I hope she cuts hair as good as Kelly, because she does a fantastic job. But she's she's going to be retiring. It's like, oh dear, she's going to be retiring early because she's 3 years younger than me. So
okay, well, some people do retire when
they're
reasonably young. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But she was asking me a lot of questions this time about Social Security and whatnot. And so I was telling her
maybe she just wants to figure all that out and get some advice,
Yeah, but I told her that the online form is real easy, but I told her you'll have to go online to get this tax form. But if you go to the main office, they can just add it to your file on, in a notation. And it's either sent to St. Louis, or I think it was St. Louis, or Jamaica, New York is where they process all that.
Huh.
So it depends on, I guess, your location or the time of the year you do it, because mine went to Jamaica, New York. And so that's where I called to follow up on things. But I told her that they could take care of you at the main office if you want to do it that way. But it's really easy online. But there was this tax form because I wanted stuff taken out automatically, and I had to Google the tax form, and I had that printed out, but it turned out that I didn't really need it. It's, we'll just attach this to the email and send it to Jamaica, New York.
It can be a bit of a maze at times.
Yeah, and I'm like, and so I'm holding this for him, and I'm going, so this is superfluous. He goes, yeah, just throw it away. And I'm like, oh, yeah, all right.
Well, it's like when I was going through the hoops trying to apply for my pension months and months ago. It's like, I called several times, and I remember one time I spent an hour talking to a very helpful lady, all about getting details and information and writing stuff down, because it can be a bit confusing when you're first, starting to figure out how to apply for this stuff, right? So, the more information you can get, I think the better off you'll be in the long run. So, yeah. Oh, by the way, you were talking about hot women cutting your hair.
Well, yeah,
I have a story.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I last time I got my hair cut was just before Christmas, like a couple days before Christmas. So it's about 4 months, and it's getting to the point now where I probably need to get it cut in a couple weeks. Anyway, I go walking in there, and I was lucky. Like sometimes, you'll be there for half an hour, sitting down waiting. I walked in, and I was like 5 minutes, and I got in to get my hair cut, and I got the most gorgeous young woman in the whole place. Like she was absolutely drop dead, knockout, babylicious, gorgeous, one of the hottest women I have ever laid eyes on. And oh my goodness, this girl. Oh, not only she had the face of a goddess, she had the body of a goddess. And I'm looking at her. I'm looking at her butt. I'm looking at her legs. I'm looking at everything. And it's like, how is it? How can nature put something together as miraculous as this? This girl is a gem, and she had the personality to match. Like she was awesomely cool. We had great fun chatting for like the 20 minutes I was in the chair getting my hair cut. Great fun. She told me a lot of stuff. Like she told me she was going to Australia in February, and we just had a great conversation too, right?
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah,
if
I
you
just lucked out. I lucked
yeah,
out.
if you if they kind of look at you strange because they notice that you're looking them up and down, just say, I'm just admiring your form.
She did have a form. Yeah.
And then you can say, I like the way God sculpted you.
Oh, that's for sure. Man, she was. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen a woman with a more perfect
So
body.
this is just luck of the draw at this barber
Luck
shop.
of the draw. Yeah.
So
lucked out.
was it something like a cost cutters or type
It's
place?
one of those $20-something haircut places. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, where I get my hair cut with the tip, I've been paying $40.
Okay, well you're a higher class than me then.
Well, there's people at work when I was still working that would go, "You're what? You're doing what?" Because but it's like I get my hair cut twice a year. I mean, my hair grows. I'm bald. My hair grows slowly, and I let it grow out a little bit, maybe a little too much, but just about every 6 months I get my hair cut. So, and I've been going to this barber shop since 84. So
That's a while.
yeah, I mean, it's just I when I got down here, I go, well, when I need to get my hair cut, where am I going to go? And one of my roommates said, "Oh, go to Command Performance at the mall." And it's like, nah. I said, well, let's find a university barbershop, and right across from the mall.
Actually, it's called Great Clips is the one I go to.
Great Clips. Okay, yeah, I think we have those too in the States.
About 3 times a year, so I'm not too far behind.
Not too far behind, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's nice. You got and she did a bang up job on your hair.
She was good. Yeah,
good.
I mean, I noticed a few times I'd get a little cowlick coming up that I just wet down, but overall not too bad.
Yeah, I have that trouble on one side. A little bit, but it just you can't help it. It's
well, like
I
have
it's
naturally
like
curly hair, but it doesn't curl too bad if I keep it short. Like if I let it long, it'd be wavy.
Now when you said naturally curly hair, of course, the first thing I thought of was Frida from Peanuts.
Not that curly.
My naturally curly hair.
Okay.
I think that's her name in the Peanuts
I
comic. Is
forget.
Rita.
I haven't read Peanuts in so long. It's a long time. Wow.
Yeah, Herc 130 has a point. He says there was something about the girls from about 1970 to 1980 that was just beautiful. I guess all generations can say that about their age group. Yeah,
Oh
there's
yeah.
yeah. I mean, growing up, uh,
Hello, Basil.
Basil, Battle
Good to
Dragon.
see you. How is everyone? And Urban 30 says hi, Basil.
Basil Battle Dragon. I like that alliteration.
I don't know. It seemed like, yeah, we used to have generation after generation of beautiful women. I mean, I can think of the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, everything up to Walmart.
Well, it just seems like women were more natural back in the 70s. Like that's when I had my first girlfriend. I guess it was around. Gosh, I was like 17. So, oh, what would that be? 1977. And that's the weird thing. It was just a random encounter. Like I met her and her friend. And I was wandering around with a couple of my friends, and we were just doing nothing on like a Friday night or whatever, wandering around, and there was this park in town that we used to go and just hang out a bit. So we just go over to the park, and there's these two girls there, and we got chatting, and we didn't think it was going to go anywhere, but by the end of the night, we got chatting, and we ended up exchanging phone numbers, right? And then the rest went from there, and we ended up probably being together for about a year, but it was a long distance relationship though, because she lived like about like an hour and a half drive away, so we'd only get together every so often when her parents came to town. But yeah, she was a really sweet girl, and just a real I like back then girls were natural, right? Like she just had this beautiful figure, and she was just like a real like girl next door type, I guess. And
Yeah.
she was and a great personality. We just had fun together, and you know,
So yeah, it's really weird. I had girlfriends from before I was in school, and
before,
and
wow.
yeah, it was now Charlie Brown had a little red-haired girl. I had one in real life. Her name was Tammy, and she lived across the street, so she was in the neighborhood. And that was before I was in school, so I'd hang around. Of course, I have to put up with tea parties and stuff. But yeah, I hung out with her, so she was kind of my first girlfriend. And then when I was in first grade, was my real first girlfriend. Let's put it that way. And her name, of course, was Angela. And like I said, Angela Cartwright. Had a crush on her. But my real life girlfriend in grade school was named Angela, and she had long dark hair like Angela Cartwright and big eyes and nice cutie. And she was the first girl I ever kissed.
Well, you
And
started early.
yeah, I started early,
Wow.
and it was really weird. It was scandalous because the kids would go, oh, Stone Racket and Angela are holding hands in the reading corner. Oh, and it was ridiculous.
Well, I remember back at that age, most boys would say girls had cooties.
Yeah, I never thought that. I've always been attracted to girls,
Me too.
and like I said, the neighborhood redhead was my first girlfriend, so to speak, and then Angela. The only thing with both Tammy and Angela, I knew them for about a year, and then they moved away,
Well, that
and
sucks.
it was really weird. But Angela lived in a little white house with red shutters and red steps, front steps, and it was right there across from the school that we went to, and she invited me over to meet her folks.
Oh wow, boy,
And it
she's
was
planning
hilarious.
far ahead.
Yeah, it was hilarious, and she had a big birthday party,
Cool.
and she had a lot of the kids over, but me for sure. I was over there earlier, but there was times when she'd invite me over, and then her mom was really cool. She goes, "Oh, I'll just call your mother and let her know." And and then her dad would take me home. Or one time, my mom was in that part of town, so she came by to pick me up. But yeah, she was a real cool girl. But she and her family moved to Chicago, and so it was like, oh man.
Yeah, it kind of sucks when that happens.
But yeah, in grade school, I had some girlfriends, and but once I got to junior high, and it just things kind of deteriorated real quick. But
Yeah, that's kind of my experience too. It seemed
yeah,
to get worse
it
as I
seems
got
like
older.
it's like when it meant something, then I couldn't get anybody.
Well, yeah, it's like when I had my first girlfriend, Joanne back in the 70s, I was like, we were like making out pretty heavy a lot of the time, right? And
Yeah,
all my guy friends were jealous because they weren't getting nothing, right?
they
They
were
didn't
getting
even have
nothing.
girlfriends. They didn't have girlfriends. And
Yeah,
and me and Joanne are like, making out like, mad things, right? And they're like, geez, you lucky guy, you know, you're like
it's
way ahead
funny.
of us.
I would
And then,
go. Yeah, my younger brother and I uh, worked at the same grocery store. In fact, there's a lot of brothers that worked there. It was really unusual,
okay.
uh, but Ron and some of his friends and from work and me and some of my friends, we'd all go together, go to a bar, and of course they would have a uh, there's some places they'd have a nice little dance floor
Oh,
and dance with the chicks there that were by themselves and stuff. But my younger brother, he could go up, dance with a gal and get her phone number, and the rest of us would get nothing.
yeah,
So
it's weird.
Ron was he was the Casanova, I guess, in our group.
I had a friend like that back in the 70s, 80s. Well, probably more 80s, I'm guessing, because I was in my 20s by then. And his name was Ed, and he had the lucky job of working in a bar that happened to also be a strip club. And get this, also it had a restaurant in the back. So he was like a waiter, right? So he'd be waiting tables, but when he wasn't waiting tables, he'd go hang out in the strip club and watch the girls. And of
Yeah,
course, he had this, like you said, Casanova. I think he was picking up a different girl like every week. This guy had the magic
yeah.
charm, right?
That
And
was
we were
really
we were really jealous. Like
that
he just,
reminds me of I'm going to have to take off here. Uh, Matt G and I need to discuss top secret stuff
uh-oh.
on Discord. So, but that you're talking about a strip club. There was a strip club on Main Street called Mr. B's,
Okay.
and when we were old enough, me and my college age buddies went there one time. That's not my cup of tea at all. But I went in there. We got some drinks and we're sitting at the table. But one of the strippers came by and sat at our table because we were kind of close to the front, and she had this feather boa, and she took a liking to my friend Tom. I think that's why she came by, basically. And she's talking to Tom, and she goes, "Yeah, this boa, this costs $50." And she kept talking about, it's 50 or 75, and she kept saying that. And Tom's just going along, and then she eventually got up and left, and we're sitting there
Yeah,
going,
it's
Tom, we're, it's
called
like
the
we're going,
art
Tom,
of cash.
yeah, we're
Sorry,
going,
go ahead.
Tom, don't you know why she kept talking about the price of that thing? He's like, what? That's that that's her price if you want her for an evening. And he's like, what? It's like, yeah, I was just a dude. Wake up. That's why she kept saying that price. If you want to
Yeah, the
hang
term
out
is
with her after hours, that's what's going to cost you for.
What were
the
you going to
term
say there, Pop?
the term
Well,
is the art of cash extraction.
yeah, yeah,
Well, that's the lucky thing that my friend Ed, he never paid for it. Like the girls
yeah.
just
He's
loved him so much. They
yeah,
just
he's
wanted him. Like
Casanova.
it was nuts. Like I was so jealous. And the
Yeah,
thing was, like you couldn't hate the guy because he's one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet, right? Like
yeah,
he'd invite us over to his parents' house and we'd have parties in his basement and we'd crank up the rock and roll and have lots of beers and have a great time. And he was just one of those really gregarious, likable kinds of dudes, right? Which is probably why he got so many girls. But yeah, it was kind of a weird scene. I've never seen anybody with the magnetism that he had.
Yeah, well, I got to say goodnight to you guys, and
Well, I appreciate you joining
yeah,
us.
thanks for having me, and I'm glad everybody could
Yeah, it was fun.
could join you, Pop. I'm glad you had your rumblings tonight, and it's always cool to hang out with you. And I just have this tradition of talking with Matt G on Saturdays, so I want to talk to him before it gets too late. But I asked him to come on the panel here, but he's a little shy. So
That would have been nice, actually. Yeah, because
but like I
never
kept
met him.
asking Matt. I said, Matt, come on the panel when you want to start the voice chat or around that time, and just say Stone Racket and I have to go because we got to talk top secret stuff. But
Yeah,
anyway,
well, he's welcome anytime.
oh yeah, I tell him, come on. It's it's a free for all. You hang out and talk about
It's always
anything.
yeah.
But anyway, it's always nice being here, and I'll see you guys on the next stream. Hopefully, everything will be cool, and we'll have a Lost in Space stream Monday.
Yeah, hopefully Monday night.
I'll be looking forward to seeing you Monday. I don't think you'll want to be there Tuesday for Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
No,
but I will see you Monday.
No, I'm not. That's not my cup of tea. Though I have seen
I
that
know,
movie.
sorry.
I saw it at drive-in, along with The Hills Have Eyes.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Yeah. That's
Wow, what
that's
a
where I would
combo.
go. That's where a carload of us would go to the drive-in, get drunk, and make fun of the movie we were watching. And so we had our MST 3K kind of thing going on
Uh-huh.
in the car, and that one was not so laugh it up because we were a little more drawn into. But we saw a double feature of Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS, and something to do with the oil sheiks. That was a double feature. That one we tore to shreds.
What the hell kind of driving was the guy running?
The drive, well, most of the drive-ins showed schlock. Once in a while, that was an out-of-town drive-in, but our local drive-in once in a while would show some really cool movies. But unfortunately, once the 70s came around, most of the drive-ins movies were just, the R-rated, what I called R-rated titty movies.
Oh, really?
And once in a while they would have a good double feature. Something that a family could go watch, but most of the time it was just to draw in the teenagers.
My drive-in was usually like family G-rated stuff.
Yeah, in the 60s, wall to wall, that's all it was stuff to draw
seeing
families.
The Beatles, Yellow Submarine for one thing comes to mind.
But anyway, I gotta go.
Anyway,
so,
have a good night there.
Yeah, you all have a good night and a good rest of the weekend. Yeah, thanks again, Pop.
Likewise.
See you soon.
Okay, bye-bye now.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And Basil Herc says, hey, Basil. No, that's about right on the timing. I was thinking about closing it up. My pain meds are really kicking in.
Yeah, it's just
and
after 10 here.
I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah, I'm ready to I could call tonight too, Pop, if you want to end the stream.
But I wanted to thank everybody. Really, thank you guys for being here in the chat. I know we've got like the most people I've had all night. We've got like 14 people viewing.
Great.
And I really appreciate that. 15 now, and everyone just came on. But for all those guys in the chat, you're all welcome up here on the panel at any time. We encourage the more people, the merrier. And I want to thank you, PvP, for being here and helping us keep everyone entertained. And also, Sci-Fi Sith Dan, I know you didn't say much tonight, but I do appreciate it as well.
It's always a privilege to be on the panel.
You know what? And I want to cut loose and have some fun. So I'm going to make it a priority to try to figure out a day at our time slot where we all have time, where we can do a review of Mad World. So I'll try to figure that out and try to work out the all the details. It's also getting where everybody's got the same time off. Maybe like a weekend or something. I don't know.
Well, my hours are cut back, so I could do anywhere between Thursday and Sunday now, Pop.
Okay.
So
Am
I
I
got
going
a
to see you on
wide
Tuesday?
range. Yeah,
Are you going
I
to?
think I might pass on Texas actually.
Have you seen it before?
I saw it, and yeah, I don't know
Okay.
if I want to see it again, to be honest.
That's okay. No, that's totally fine. Yes,
which one are
Dan.
you talking about? Which one? The
The,
original
the
or?
original. I only do original.
Because I haven't seen it, and I probably will not see it.
Okay. I know there's been like 10 remakes, but no, I prefer the original. But okay. Well, thank you guys once again, and especially everybody in the chat. I love you guys. We wouldn't be anything without the chat. If you've liked what you've listened to or seen tonight, please consider hitting the like button. Maybe leave a comment on your way out. And if you haven't done so, maybe subscribe to my channel. But we'll be back in a couple of days for Lost in Space on Monday. And then Tuesday, we'll be here for our horror sci-fi stream. That's another thing. I want to do a poll whether people think I should drop the term sci-fi, because the true science fiction fans actually hate that term. So I'm considering dropping it and extending it to horror science fiction. But I know some people don't even know what I'm talking about. But we'll have that on Tuesday with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And then I'll be back on Wednesday with my good friend Gorilla's Random Thoughts. We'll be back with 2 more episodes of Gilligan's Island from season 3. So with that, everybody, have a wonderful night. If you work tomorrow, drive safe. Stay warm wherever you are. Have fun and peace.
Good night, everybody.